That was my alarm. I've heard many of you get spooked when I suddenly start talking really loud. So this time, the gentle breeze of the morning breeze has woken you, has warned you of my arrival. I am like the wind, for I am invisible right now until there's a hurricane, in which case I become visible because the debris gets picked up by the wind. Hello, it is me. I am the hurricane, and I'm not late. How the fuck are all of you doing, my friends? It feels like it's been so long, but I know it hasn't been, of course. I know it. I know it hasn't been that long. How's everyone doing? I'm studying? Better get off the stream then. Yes, I am late. Well. Same shirt, same jacket. Red printer, I have not worn this shirt in over a month, okay? It is not same shirt, same jacket. Thank you very much. This is a sneakers shirt. It's available on the internet, and you can find it somehow. I don't know, but I like it. I got it from Anime Expo. Comrade Cora, why'd you get suspended from Twitter? Is it a permanent suspension? I think it's sneakers, unless we didn't add the command back. Yeah, see? Sneakers from BB-sama. Look at all of the delightful designs they have over here at bbsama.com.org. Oh, that link is dead now. Well, we still have bbsama.com, don't we? Oni hoodie? Oni means demon in Japanese. Did I hate any of my sociology classes? A few of them, of course. Here's an Astroman. Here's a bomber. Wait, where the fuck is my webcam? No, wait, that's not it. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right. Yesterday's shenanigans are left in the past. Let's move forward into the future. Okay? I'm sorry, John. Shirts. Here we go. Sneakers. Oh, that's nice. Look, it's $5 cheaper than it was before. See, comrade? This is the shirt that I'm wearing. Delightful, hyena. Look, it's the same shirt. Isn't that delightful? I'm still so small down here. There we go. That's better. Shilling out for my shirts. I was also considering getting this one when I was at Anime Expo, but this felt a little bit too degenerate to me. This one felt a little bit too far. I don't know if I can wear this one in polite society, you know? I don't know about this one. I don't know. Oh, I saw this one as well. This one's also degenerate, but I'd take this one. This one feels degenerate, but it's more acceptable. There are people who wear a Hagao hoodies literally everywhere they go, and I'm really not trying to rep that vibe right now. I can respect this one, though. See, there's degeneracy threshold. If you're too degenerate, you actually roll back around to being fine again. You know what I mean? You roll right back around. It's actually... Is the Ethernet connected? Something is wrong. Hyena, if there's any tech issues, I'll fix them when I'm done, but I can't like 24/7 tech support for you. Yes, the Ethernet cable is connected. All right, folks. Divisive opinions on anime shirts aside. How the fuck are all of you doing? Oh, wait, this one is the most degenerate. I can't do this one. Kawaii as fuck. This one's not good, folks. This one's not good. Okay? We can't do this one. That kawaii meme shit is not okay. All right? It's not, you can't do it. Oh, it's aesthetic. Don't get me wrong. The art looks phenomenal. But the kawaii thing, maybe I just spent too much of my time with like fucking high school fucking scene girls or whatever. But that kawaii shit, I'm done. I can't, even when I hear it in anime now, like I want to blow my fucking brains out, you know? Yeah, the colors are great. The art, the shop is great. The actual art It literally just means cute. I'm aware that it just means cute. If you went to high school any time between like 2014 and 2006, though, you know that people were overusing the kawaii shit like relentlessly, okay? It's been tainted. It's gone. It's done. It's over. Get it away. Shunned. It's all ogre. I was one of those girls. We all make mistakes. All right, folks. I'm not here to clickbait you. I'm not here to drag you around by your foreskins. We've got content we need to get through. Listen. I've talked about teal deer in the past. That's TLDR. Famous YouTuber. And I've said I genuinely believe they're a little off the ropes. I've said that before, and I've never actually done a video of teal deers before. I'll try to keep it in mind, Comrade Cora. Though I very rarely talk to Shu on Discord. I've never actually done a video of theirs, and I thought we could have a little bit of fun together, okay? I thought we could do maybe a new segment. We can do story time with teal deer, okay? It'll be the beginning of a new segment here on the vosh.video.com/youtube.com channel page, feed, website stream. Because I got linked this video just the other day. I haven't seen it before, but I know what type of video this is going to be, okay? I know exactly what type of video this is going to be. This is a story video. This video is a story. They're going to try, by introducing a narrative that can be tentatively backed up with historical fact, at least parts of it, to prove some sort of broader point about society. Now, as we jump in here, I haven't really watched this thing. I've watched like 30 seconds of it, and in all likelihood, this guy, in the process of researching for this video, has more knowledge of the historical events he's going to be going over than I do. But you don't need to be aware of the specifics to know when people are making bullshit extrapolations. So we're going to do this one together, folks. Okay? Are you ready? Check it out.
The cycle of empires is an interesting phenomenon and one that seems to have played itself out multiple times throughout antiquity. One striking thing about all of these empires is that they each produced their own stories about the cycle, some relatively new, others based on far older tales from their own history.
All right, we're keeping our eyes open, our hearts wide. Cycle of empires. I'm already getting Stefan Molyneux memes. What's that meme? Weak men create hard times create strong men create good times. You know what I'm talking about? You guys know that meme. I'm getting a feeling, okay? Yeah, this is going to be like our Dark Souls lore playthrough.
So it should come as no surprise that similar stories exist across cultures and language barriers, such as Europe and Southern Asia, both having sprung from the same source, the
Proto-Indo-European. Baltic, Slavic, Germanic, Celtic, Italic, Albanian. Damn, Albanian's like a dead civilization there. It didn't even branch out, even though it's got the big name and stuff. Hellenic, Phrygian, Armenian, Anatolian, Indo-Iranian, and Tocharian. These are languages? Interesting. I can't believe Albanian got cucked so hard, dude.
Proto-Indo-Europeans. This would explain fair amounts of similarities between the cultures and their myths and legends, even their gods. Because of
Wait, if that was about languages, then why didn't he mention languages when the language tree was up on the screen? Why did he talk about culture and mythology?
course, before the import of Christianity into Europe, Europeans worshipped various pantheons of gods with greater or lesser degrees of synchronicity.
You're a brainlet? Albanian is still a spoken language? You're a fucking brainlet! Do you have any idea how to extrapolate fucking humor? When you're looking at a broad fucking tree diagram and you see that one branch didn't branch out into other things, it's pretty normal to make a joke about how it didn't branch out into other shit because it was some kind of genetic aberration, alright? The fact that you couldn't extrapolate that from the obvious fucking joke that I was making is evidence that you are, in fact, the brainlet. Case closed, court settled, adjourned, the gavel on wooden block. There we go. Sorry, had to settle that.
Between them. And even though certain Christians worked hard to mock, demonize, and destroy these pantheons, others worked hard to peacefully convert people and even maintain their knowledge and beliefs.
Okay, so we've got Christians trying to destroy members of pagan religions or trying to peacefully convert people. All right, cool. I'm sure there were a few Christians who tried to peacefully convert people.
Written deep in church archives for safekeeping so as not to be forgotten, and even allowed various deities and religious motifs to be absorbed into Christian teachings and architecture.
Yes, religions build on the cultures from which they derive, yes. And if Christian civilizations begin invading others and colonializing their settlements and trying to convert their populations, it seems likely that there would be significant differences in how Christianity adopts the motifs of that culture.
Many Christian...
Now, I'm speaking very fucking broadly now, and it should be noted that every single time he makes a claim, I guarantee you there are historians in my chat who are just quivering with the opportunity to point out how he's misrepresenting something, or how this is misrepresentative of a given era, or how he's like conflating time periods. But I'm not here. I don't care about that shit. History's fucking gay, bro. What I'm here for is the political prescriptions he's going to derive from whatever history nonsense he's pulling apart. That's what I'm interested in.
And saints are in fact pagan gods from previous religions.
I guess so.
It's not hard to locate other motifs of these gods in Christian architecture.
Sure.
Renditions of the Green Man.
I think my parents actually have the Green Man. Again, I'm Hibernian, you know. I'm part of them. And I think they actually have like this big ceramic green painted dude with like leaves wreathing his circular face. It's hung up on top of our non-functioning fireplace down in Los Angeles. Maybe it's the same Green Man, maybe it's a different Green Man, who knows? There have probably been many Green Men throughout history. In fact, looking at these sculptures, some of these dudes look nothing like one another. This dude up here in the top left, this almost looks like an African thing almost. Kind of. With the really abstract impressionist like line work and the super big eyes and eyebrows and stuff. And it looks nothing like this dude in the top right. I have no idea.
Proposed by some to be one of the many representations of the Celtic god Cernunnos, god of the forests, nature,
TOS.
and the wild hunt, whose depictions not only greatly resemble the Greek god Pan, but also the Christian rendition of Satan. But this is another topic for another time. Today I wish to focus on the shared mythology of these cultures regarding the end times, the rapture, the Ragnarok, the Kali Yuga, and more. All different stories, all from different times and different places, and yet telling the same stories.
I'm ready. Here's where we get to it. The same stories. I'm ready.
Giving the same warnings. Reaching forward from their own past to attempt to save their children from a seemingly inevitable fate.
Thou shalt not let people with penises identify as women, lest the end times come.
I shall go through these stories in as close to chronological order as I can make out, and will be reading from a variety of books and different translations, so you may find the versions here to be different perhaps from ones you have read, but the overall messages should be similar and clear. Many of these stories seem to take place across 4 to 5 stages, although more commonly 4. Ovid, a Roman poet in his work Metamorphoses, describes the 4 cycles and links them to 4 metals he defines as being each more base than the last.
What the fuck are we talking about right now? Each more... Okay, so we're looking to determine similarities between the mythologies of the apocalypse, between 4 different cultures, and sometimes it's 4 stages, and sometimes it's 5, And we're trying to learn from this the similarities and the commonalities and how these great civilizations describe the ends of themselves. And now we're talking about how it's a bit... Okay, we're... All right.
The Iron Age...
Yeah, we gotta speed this fucking video up. Holy shit, dude. I had no idea this guy talked so slow.
Being the last age before a glorious rebirth into the Age of Gold, which inevitably leads to the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, and finally back to Iron. The Gold Age is an era where the gods commune freely with humans, teaching them agriculture and architecture. It is an era of high trust, moral goodness, and fruitfulness. The Second Age is the Silver Age. This is mostly a time of humans having to work to survive. The gods are still around, but not as much as in the previous era. In all ways, the Silver Age is a replication of the Gold Age. However, it is imperfect. It is an age where man must plant his own seed and harvest his own crops, for they no longer freely spring from the earth as they did in the Golden Age.
Okay, so the Golden Age is just when the gods and the humans got along and the gods taught lots of cool shit. And the Silver Age is when the gods are still kind of around, but the humans have to do a lot of work for themselves. Okay, cool.
Third is the Bronze Age, characterized by people whose natures are described as more violent and fierce, ready to indulge in war, but not yet fully savage. These wars are driven, it would seem, by material inequalities and hardship that began in the Age of Silver. Those who farmed and prepared for hardship, envied and thus destroyed, and their resources taken by those in need. The gods begin to vanish and leave humanity behind.
And this age, the Bronze Age, is when people get really mad at each other and fight with one another. And one of the ways in which they engage in conflict is because the people who didn't farm got mad at the farmers who had all the food? Was that really how material conflict was divided back in this era? Those who farmed and those who didn't? I didn't realize farmers were such replete fucking wealth hoarders. I assumed even back then we would have bankers and aristocrats and civil servants who had great deals of wealth, but okay.
Iron is the final age before the rebirth, characterized by an eruption in people's most base natures. Truth, shame, and honor vanish. In their place, fraud, deceit, and trickery. Ovid writes how the land that was common to all as the light of the sun is, and the air was marked out to its fullest boundaries by weary surveyors. Not only did they demand the crops and food the rich soils owed them, but they entered the bowels of the earth and excavated the wealth it concealed. Wealth that incites men to crime. He goes on to explain that this wealth leads to war and betrayal, friend against friend, brother against brother, with husbands longing for the deaths of their wives and wives for the deaths of their husbands.
And the fourth stage is when everyone just turns evil and people start mining? Wait, did people not engage in strip mining before this age? Wasn't there wealth beforehand? How was there wealth? Did they just find gold on the mountainside? I'm pretty sure mining has been around for a really long time.
It is in this time that piety dies, and the virgin goddess Astrea, last of the immortals, abandons this world. The tale ends with Jupiter destroying humanity by flood, and this gives birth to a new golden age. The Norse tale of...
Okay, interesting. So that's the tale. None of that ever happened. The Roman Empire's decline took place over a millennia and had far more to do with infrastructural failures, overexpansion, a failure to consolidate the differing wills of the very, very diverse populations under the banner of the empire, and weakness on the part of its leaders, along with invasions from foreigners, and a wide variety of other factors. There were a huge number of factors that contributed to the death of Rome. I'm not entirely sure if mining and degeneracy and fraud and deceit were any of them. Folks have been complaining about how people are fraudulent and deceitful since the beginning of time. I mean, who was that one great Greek philosopher? Was it Socrates or Plato or Aristotle? It was one of those three who complained that that kids these days, was it Plato? That kids these days are disrespectful of their elders, aren't mindful of the gods, are greedy and pernicious. Yeah, it was a kids these days argument, made over 2,000 years ago, mind you. See, this is the commonality that we're going to see with every single one of these creation myths. They're going to go the exact same way. And hey, guys. If you've been paying attention to my lessons on fascism, some of these might sound familiar to you, okay? So, a great empire is born, and along with it comes a creation myth, which is meant to cement into history its initial glory and divine right. However, myths are not reality, and the times in which people actually live are invariably rather shit. So it becomes necessary to imagine that the glorious times were in the imagined past, and the current times are leading towards a downfall. This has been the story of essentially every great civilization's mythology for as long as time has gone on. There was once a great period of time, some mythological past to which we must return, some era of virtue and honor and wisdom, and now we live in a degraded state that is caused by the sin of man. And maybe we return to that point cyclically, maybe we never do at all. Depends on the mythology, but the goal is the same in every single case: to blame the failings of society not on institutional problems, like, say, for example, the emperor, or the aristocracy, or the patricians, but rather to blame the failings of society on the degrading moral character of its citizenry. The goal remains the same in every single era. It's a means of control. I want to see if we can find any commonalities in my interpretation of these creation myths here in the, what is this, the North iteration?
Of the Ragnarok is recorded in the Poetic Edda in the poem Völuspá. It tells the story of creation and of the end of the world, related to the audience by a female seer addressing Odin. Parts of the story of Ragnarok relate to wolves as part of the destruction of the gods and the end times. One stanza relates to the howl of the great wolf Garma from the cave of Nipaldir as the herald of the end. Now the wolf Garma howls loud before Nipaldir. The fetter will burst and the wolf run free. Okay. Much do I know, and more can I see, of the fate of the gods, the mighty in fight. Brothers will fight each other. Sisters' children will defile kinship. It is harsh in the world. Whoredom rife. An axe age. A sword age. Shields are riven.
This is completely incoherent. This is completely incoherent. This is actually incredible. God, man, I wish I knew enough about history and mythology to substantively debunk the way in which he's interpreting these stories.
Wind age. A wolf age. Before the world goes headlong. No man will have mercy on another. At the end of the Ragnarok in chapter 53, it is stated that some gods and men yet live. The earth is described as reappearing from the sea, having slipped beneath the waves as a result of Ragnarok, beautiful and green, and filled with self-sown crops. The Celtic creation myth, specifically the prophecies of Morrigan, who together with Babd and Macha, the goddesses of death, prophecy, and love, there are two texts found. One after the Irish battle with the Fomorians, a fictional race of giants who came from under the mountains.
Fomorians are in Dungeons & Dragons as well.
In some readings, giants who raided from the sea, which tells of the good times of peace following the war. Peace to the sky, sky to the earth, strength in everyone, a cup very full, a fullness of honey, honor enough.
What is this LARP? What are we getting at here?
Summer, cattle-in-law. He will.
How long do you linger in this image?
For no other reason than to betray. They cheat each other, and sexual immorality runs rampant. Food is in short supply. The earth does not naturally yield enough for people to survive. Even in the first prophecy of plenty, she mentions people being ready for war and conflict. This could seem to then breed the second prophecy and taken in line with the...
Does he ever actually make a point following all of this, or does he just let the audience imply or infer whatever it is they choose to?
Earth provides all that is needed in deserted areas of the world to countries. Their teachings insulted and ignored. Laws and rules will only
This just reminds me of a 40K or like a StarCraft lore video, you know? But a badly written one too, where the person thinks the purpose of the video is to like speak fancy. Like they have like their desk job and they have to like talk like a normal person during that, but then they get to go to the microphone at home and they get to talk about gods and epics and get to sound really cool. And if you're Arch Warhammer, you get to roll your R's. Is he extrapolating anything from this?
Be applied to people based on their wealth and their religion in all that they do under God, the earth giving its bounty willingly for all they could want. Then they turn their back on this veritable paradise for their own greed via temptation,
I think
and
we're
thus
getting
the
near the
Golden Age ends.
extrapolation.
So Adam must toil in the fields and die there, and Eve must have difficulty in childbirth. After many generations of humans forget God and turn more towards their vices of greed, hedonism, and other sins, God punishes humanity with a flood, saving only those whose faith is strong.
Okay,
the
we know.
story of Noah.
Yeah, we know
After the
that
waters
one.
subside, they are given a new world under the rainbow covenant with God, that they may eat of the fruitful plants and of the animals, but that the animals will be afraid of them. All of these stories share many commonalities.
Here we go. Here we go. We're ready. What commonalities?
Warn us against the same things that destroyed previous civilizations.
Here we go. Warn us against the same things that destroyed previous civilizations. These creation myths had literally nothing to do with how these civilizations were actually taken down. I'm sorry, did Nordic civilization die because of Ragnarok? I'm sorry, has Christian civilization died? I was under the impression... I'm in America, right? Is it over? I thought we were still going strong. Roman civilization died over the course of 1,000 years, and to my knowledge didn't return to some previous age of glory where the gods walked the earth. He described these as myths, but then he talks about how they actually foretold the downfall of their civilizations. Did I mishear that?
Commonalities and warn us against the same things that destroyed previous civilizations.
No! That's actually what he's saying! What? What was the other civilization? We have the Norse, the Roman, the Christian. What was the other one? He said Southeast Asia. I don't know which civilization he's referring to there. I'm pretty sure they're still going strong. Was it the Celts? Oh, well, we're doing just fine.
They were not all destroyed by flood either. Many simply crumbled from within or were taken over and destroyed by others. But the core message remains the same.
What?
Greed and excess materialism causes an overextension.
Here we go. Here we go. So he just spent 13 and a half minutes talking about the age of bronze and how God sent a flood and all of this nonsensical mythical bullshit. And now he's actually going to try and extrapolate social positions from it.
Either. Many simply crumbled from within or were taken over and destroyed by others. But the core message remains the same.
Hit me with it.
Greed and excess materialism causes an overextension of humans into the environment.
Okay. I'm with you so far. I don't know what this has to do with the mythology. You could talk to like a sociology professor for that one, but okay.
Turning away from religion or morality more generally.
Turning away from religion or morality more generally. Guys, do you know if Teal Deer is Christian? Does anyone here actually know what Teal Deer's religious affiliation is? Here we go. So materialism means we extend into the environment, turning away from religion/morality. I don't know if I really want to bore all of you with an explanation as to how religion and morality have nothing to do with one another, and how humanity has been genociding one another brutally for thousands of years, most of the people doing those genocides being themselves quite religious. How Christianity itself, let's face it, the correct religion, we all know it's the case, the correct religion has propagated a brutal campaign of global domination, death, warfare, genocide, and colonialism that has led directly to the deaths of tens if not hundreds of millions of people, arguably billions if you would start to add in famines caused by our economic exploitation of other parts of the world. And they were all religious. They were all very, very, very devout in their faith to Jesus Christ. I imagine most of them were, at least. So, with all of that said, I don't know how anyone could make a reasonable correlative comparison between the existence of religion and one's moral grounding.
Leads to social degradation. The desire for only drink, drugs, and sex destroys the family unit.
Destroys the family unit. Guys, do you think the modern family unit existed back during Roman times? Existed back during biblical times? Existed back during Greek or Celtic times? Interesting. See, the nuclear family was pretty explicitly a product of the of industrialization. Prior to that point, humans were raised pretty fucking communally. Village settings were mostly how people were raised, and while there was, patrilineage amongst families, our modern understanding of a family would be incredibly rigid and locked compared to their understanding of a family. It almost sounds like he's talking about degeneracy. That's interesting. How did he phrase that?
Into the environment. Turning away from religion or morality more generally leads to social degradation. The desire for only drink, drugs, and sex destroys the family unit.
Drink, drugs, and sex destroys the family unit. I don't know how drink, drug, and sex destroys the family unit. Hey, weren't Valium prescriptions incredibly common amongst women in the 1950s? And wasn't alcoholism incredibly common amongst men in the 1950s? Come to think of it, adultery was also pretty common back in those days because incredibly rigid understandings of family units left people feeling unsatisfied in their relationships. That's interesting. Why is it that the era people tend to think of when they talk about the nuclear family here in America, that traditional family unit everyone seems to want to return to, was itself absolutely rife with drug, alcohol abuse, and adultery? That's really strange. Maybe that's what's caused its downfall. If we don't have to think, if we just accuse all problems in society, if we accuse all problems of society on being caused by things that humans have been doing for thousands of years.
And erodes the basis of society, leading to hatred of others and a constant desire to measure your own wheat by the bushels of another. It's tempting to dismiss these as mere stories and religious ramblings.
Yes. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Taking these mythological stories as a template for how civilizations meet their end is unbelievably stupid, particularly when one of your examples is the Christian end mythos, and Christian civilization still more or less dominates the world, and people have been predicting the rapture every other year for 2 centuries now. And yet we're still chugging. So I don't know how good these stories are of making prescriptive statements about how civilizations are going to come to an end.
However, stories have a purpose, and stories that last the ages usually do so because they are worth telling and serve a great purpose for those who would listen to them.
I agree with that. Stories do serve a great purpose. So what do you think that purpose is? Do you think that the religious men, the saints, and the storytellers of bumfuck Rome 2,500 years ago had some prophetic knowledge on the nature of civilizations and how their downfall is caused? Let's really think about this for a second. Let's think about this skeptically. Teal Deer is supposed to be a skeptic after all. Let's really think about it. For the people who would have contributed to the formation of the mythologies that are used in Teal Deer's videos here. So Roman mythology cribbed heavily off of Greek mythology, for example. So we can talk about the origins of Greek mythology, or even those who transcribed and reinterpreted them in the Roman civilizations. Or we can even, if you want to go even farther into the future, talk about, the Old Testament. Oh, that Old Testament's older. Talk about the New Testament, Jesus Christ and what have you. Do you really think the people writing these stories had some sort of nuanced historical, anthropological understanding of what brought about the downfall of civilizations before them? Do you think anybody at that time had that knowledge? Apart from civilizations that collapsed due to very obvious things like betrayal amidst the leadership, or warfare, or invasion, or starvation, it seems like there's no possible way any people from that time, unless they had access to an incredible wealth of knowledge, would have had any way of understanding how previous civilizations had collapsed. How would they even know that? I mean, it's not like they had the internet. And it's not as though libraries from that time just had copies of other civilizations' books that were transcribed into their own language. How would they have known that? Unless you actually believe in a divine creator that imparted unto them knowledge of how civilizations fell. Which I don't. You have to acknowledge the fact that they would have had no fucking idea what could have possibly led to the downfall of other civilizations, aside from maybe some ridiculous hearsay, which we have absolutely no way of verifying the authenticity of. So what then are the purpose of those stories? Well, I submit to you, A secondary explanation: the reason the stories are written this way is so religious men and the aristocracy can continue to blame all of society's problems on the degeneracy, immorality, and wantonness of the population, so that rich shits who don't give a fuck about God can continue to sneer at millions of peasants from atop their cathedrals or from within their castles, drinking wine from a goblet, while they blame high taxes on the infidelity of the peasantry. Since time immemorial, those in power have created stories which allow them to justify the exploitation of the common people. This is not exactly a new process. You can learn more about this process by reading Karl Marx. It's called Ideology. And considering the fact that Christianity was used in that way to justify and maintain the suppression of tens of millions of people over the course of hundreds or even thousands of years, it seems likely to me that these stories served that purpose functionally.
Stories are, after all, how ideas are transmitted from generation to generation in ages long before writing.
In ages long before writing? Every civilization he's described here had an alphabet. What? Did he mean earlier? What?
We are not so different from our ancestors. The only thing that's
not so different from our ancestors. Whose ancestors are those exactly? I'm interested. Does he think perhaps that there are different sets of civilizational warning signs that exist for other groups of people? Perhaps?
separates you from them is technological advancement. The animal living in that environment is still very much the same. If one were to look around at modern Western society and compare it to these stories and prophecies...
Stories and prophecies. This is why I say that Teal Deer is legitimate lunatic. See, this isn't the same as Teal Deer just being religious, okay? If he was just religious, well, religion, let's be real edgy, religion's like a shared lunacy, you know? It's collectivized, it's made legitimate through communal understanding. But he is actually trying to say here that these oft rewritten, massively altered since their original formation, wildly disparate and hugely cut down mythological stories are in some way legitimate warning signs for the downfall of civilization. That's like, I know we're making fun here, but can you actually think how deranged a person would be to have to attempt to make this argument? There is an alternative explanation, of course.
Well, I'll let you be the judge of that.
Coward. Makes a video like that and doesn't even bother to make any prescriptive statements about what people need to do about it. Classic fascist tactic. What was that video about? Well, there are two explanations. So, one explanation is that Teal Deer is fucking insane, which he is. But there's a second explanation that goes along with the first, and whether or not you believe in it depends on how much you actually know about Teal Deer, his content, and how fascist rhetoric works. It is that Teal Deer is a fascist, and by creating an imagined bond between him and his audience's ancestors, he can get his audience to believe that degeneracy or drugs or drink or sex or any other number of the things that fascists like to claim degeneracy is are contributing to the downfall of civilization. That we should listen to these old mythologies not just because they're old or wise or enshrined into time through legacy or what have you, but also because they are our forefathers, our ancestry, our white ancestors looking down at us from the heavens, warning us, no, my Aryan son, watch out. We warned you with those stories. No, stop, put that drink down. No! And then, and we've been ignoring them, and they're crying up there in the heavens, and we need to, and we need to reassert our ancestral link by respecting the old stories. Remember how one of the most essential characteristics of fascism is the belief in an imagined past? You have to have this imagined mythologized past that you have to believe is like the true state of your people, and that some degenerative force has pulled you away from that state. This is a very common thing, you know? Every fascist government, every fascist society attempts to do this. And what Teal Deer has done here, rather brilliantly, is through his lunacy, he has attempted to tie that ancestral link not to one specific story or people, but rather to the general history of white-ish people telling religious stories. The myth has become so broad and so vague at this point, in spite of the fact, mind you, that Christians and Romans, for a great long period of time, despised each other. The Romans oppressed the Christians for quite some time, of course, and the Celtics hated both of them for quite some time as well, and how the Greeks and the Romans didn't get along either, and all these different civilizations argued with each other and warred at various points throughout history. History goes on for a while, for quite a fucking long time. But he's trying to tie all of us back. I wonder how my Celtic ancestors would feel about somebody trying to use their mythologies to tie their ancestral history to the ancestral history of the Romans. I wonder how they would feel about that. Or towards the Nordic people. I wonder how respectful they would find it, or historians of those people would find it, for all vaguely white mythologies to get tied up together in some vague bundle of ancestry, because modern neo-Nazis have found it politically expedient to unite all whiteness and all imagined white ancestry into a single ideological force, rather than recognizing the countless divisions that have arisen between these groups over thousands and thousands of years. Isn't that delightful? The little trick they get to play there. These people who have been at each other's throats for God knows how long, they get to pretend that they're part of some unified imagined past, and that their stories are part of some collective attempt to warn the future about what destroys society, even though those stories have been rewritten 1,000 times and have absolutely nothing to do with historical precedent. Like, they weren't written by historians. They were written usually by men of faith. And often it's just storytellers. But, you know, I'm not a historian, so to get any more specific on that, we have to turn towards somebody with a PhD on the subject, which I don't have. Let's go over donations. PewDiePie deleted his Twitter? No, he didn't. Really? Wait, he actually did. Damn. Look at that. He's going to come back. He didn't get suspended. He deleted his own Twitter. Let me go over donations real quick. Then we'll find something on the docket, yeah? Hail Kavaforth with a gifted tier 2 sub. Thank you, Dick's Camaraderie. Yes, share the Dicks, comrade. Yeah, PewDiePie is just taking a vacation. What's the coupon code for that Goods for the People site? Type in !goods. Puka Bunny with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. And Luca Hayes with the €5. Yo, Vosh, wanted to thank you again for the IG shoutout last night. Hope all is well with you. Also, why do you not like Halo, you commie heretic? Because Halo's combat is floaty and it popularized the only 2 weapons at a time thing, which I don't like in shooters. Also, its story is generic and I don't like the general art design. Sound design is fine. Balthazar with the $5. Tulsi Jocko Rogan. Oh, if only we had the time today, comrade. If only we had the time today. Maybe, definitely, for sure, possibly the next day, though. I promise. Ninja Taco with the $5. Thank you. I new here, finally joined, watching stream preparing for a presentation for my final. It's a course I'm fucking good at, so this is nice. I am delighted and enchanted by your confidence, comrade, and I know you're going to do great. I know it. I can feel it in my heart. So do well. I believe in you. Sate Stars with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. 75% of my time is used consuming your content. Keep it up, champ. Make sure to eat and sleep and brush your teeth and stuff. I consume a lot of content as well. I can't really make judgments. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. Maybe not exactly 75% though. Ander Render with the $1.11. Thank you. Vosh, I love you. I follow you from the Basque Country, Spain, and you've helped me so much with your incel video. Also, I have started a small movement for fighting the fascists in Spain by helping the immigrants and more. Keep up the good work, comrade. Hey! I'm delighted to hear that you enjoy the content I produce. Seriously. And good luck with the with your future endeavors. That is a high a high task that you have taken upon yourself. I think your use of Marxian study of history to explain ancient mythology and end times myths is very flawed. It seems simplistic to explain the faith of peoples thousands of years removed from our own time. It's just ruling classes trying to keep the common people down. No, not the faith of people from 1,000 or so years ago, but the stories that are propagated. Keep in mind, specifically in the case of Christianity, that for the longest time, the stories that were disseminated from the Bible, they were written in Latin. The peasantry literally couldn't read them. I don't think it's a coincidence that these stories all ended up being sermons on how one needs to be faithful and chaste and pious and devoted to one's Lord, you know? I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's just a product of one's religious faith. Religion is just another tool the aristocracy can turn towards their own ends. Myths may have originally had, or in many cases had some sort of initial desire to explain the universe. And there is still a component of that, of course, in how they're used. But I don't think that changes the fact that these myths can be hijacked and reinterpreted to the benefit of the ruling class. Balthazar with the $5. Thank you very much, comrade. No message even attached. Somnio Static with the $5. And lo, the elves created 3 magical swords shaped after the magnificence of their elder scholar's wiener. And lo, did the earth shake and shudder, and did the wieners cut down the masses? That they did, comrade, but it was consensual, so it's not a problem. Bro Momentum 14 with the $5. Somnio Static with the $5. Thank you, Bro Momentum 14, for those $5. Twilight Monk with the $1. I'm in a leftist group chat and someone said that you said non-binary people aren't trans because they confuse gay people? I know, sounds strange and dumb, never heard you say, and a quote wasn't provided, so I figured I'd just ask, is that claim true? No. I've been one of the most aggressive proponents of non-binary people being trans of any left-leaning person on the internet, as far as I am aware. I actually don't think there's any left-leaning content creator who's defended non-binary people as aggressively as I have in that respect. And Balthazar with the additional $5. No dono message attached. Just a lot of love out there. Thank you. Coladick with the gifted tier 1 sub. Free dicks. True. And Marlene Soak with the $5. There is no Roman mythology. It's just Greek. I think that's maybe a little reductive. I mean, they had their own pantheon after all. But yeah, they cribbed a lot of shit. I actually think the original convo was you getting the terms asexual and non-binary by mistake. You mean I mixed up asexual and non-binary? Like I misspoke? Oh, I mean, possibly. That seems like a weird misspeak, but it can happen, right? Nicholas Pogson with the $2. The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. Political violence is wrong, but I will say I won't shed any tears after they're gone, you know? Somnio Static with the $5. What Nietzsche said about slave and master morality is very apropos to the subject. He would agree with you. Yeah, I need to read more Nietzsche just because a lot of fucking edgelord Nazis think that Nietzsche like agrees with them, and I want to read more of his theory so I can dismiss those points a little better. That's how you pronounce Nietzsche, guys. That's how you pronounce it. No, it's not? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Nietzsche. It's Nietzsche? Nietzsche. All I knew is that there was another noise. There was another vowel noise after the ch, okay? Asterism Alex with the $3. Come back from the gym just in time to catch another incel stream and an interview with Gushin. Life is good, comrades. Easy. I don't know if it'll be an interview, but I'm excited for the convo. I like speaking to Gushin, I think. Title Punk Roller Girl with a tier 2 sub. Thank you. Do you think polygamy should be legalized? I don't think marriage should be a legal institution at all. I feel like polygamy would just make the problem worse, maybe? Maybe it would make it better? I don't know. Title Punk Roller Girl with a tier 2 sub. Loopy Jackal said I have to stop doing drugs all the time, so now I'm just like sober and reading books like some sort of productive human. How come I have to be in love with someone who cares about me and wants me to be happy? I'm delighted to hear that you have taken a path towards non-degeneracy, comrade. I am very delighted to hear that. And I'm delighted to hear that your partner cares enough for you to make that an impetus. I don't think very much of drugs. I think that they tend to do very poor things to people. So maybe the Teal Deer video did a number on you, huh? Absolutely. Try Anon with the $5. We need to replace fossil fuels with nuclear power for baseload energy generation, but nuclear energy is very complicated. I don't disagree. If only I knew more. If only I knew more of nuclear engineering, maybe I could help more specifically there. We're almost done, folks. Hey, guys, in chat, hypers if you want incel content next, and hug if you want non-incel content next. Okay? Luca Hayes with the 2 something or other. Okay, what do you consider to be a great FPS? The best FPS that's been made in the past few years is Dusk. D-U-S-K. I played it on stream really early on, before I moved, before I even had this computer. Dusk is an overwhelmingly good game. Just do a poll. Incel stuff or not incel stuff? 1 or 2. Godspeed, guys. Wrong, it's Half-Life 2. Fuck Half-Life 2. Oh. Don't, guys, if you centrism this, I'm doing incel stuff. Because that's what I want to do right now. Wow, you guys are really fucking doing this. You're actually doing this. That's 50-50. Let's finish donuts. Jiggly Puffite with a tier 1 sub, thank you. I just got yelled at by Thought Slime fans for saying comparing the walkout to a strike is dumb. Also, I love watching your stream when I'm drawing and working on gunpla building. Yeah, I think initially I think that Thought Slime was just kind of like an oversensitive, like sort of ditzy streamer, not streamer, sorry, YouTuber. But now I think Thought Slime is actively a fucking idiot. The Thought Slime take the subtweet that he did was actively like incredibly stupid. Like comparing streaming during the walkout to a strike is incredible, fucking incredible. Did you see the Surf's recent message about not attacking the left? It was pretty good. I haven't seen it, no. 21st Century Socialist with a tier 2 sub, thank you. While I find your views on history and ancient mythology flawed and lacking, your final conclusion on Teal Deer's extrapolation to modern times is on point. Keep fighting the good fight, comrade, and happy holidays. Hey, listen, I strive to only make you slightly upset with each with each historical take I make. Regal Midgal with a 279 Canadian, looking forward to the inevitable debate with Fuentes. Yeah, if you can ever fucking man up and come to my channel. And Caius with the $1. This is the real Green Man Vosh. True. Wow, that is so HD. Is this from a movie? Wait, is this from one of the movies, or is this a 3D render? This looks really strange, like the color balancing is off. That is so strange. That's a real photo? Yeah, I can't believe that's a real photo of Shrek from real life. Okay, listen, I'm going to be a little bit more clear with you guys, all right? This is the last referendum we're getting. Hey, this is the last one! This is the last one, okay? I want you to fucking chill out, okay? Calm down, okay? We don't want no 50-50. Here's the options. All right?
If you could summarize.
Okay. I need you guys to calm your shit and get ready for the decision that'll define the next hour of this streaming content, okay? Because I'm torn. I'm torn between these two. No, I did not learn how to make polls. Don't ask me that. Okay?
Everyone, read Henry.
All right. Here's what we're doing. I haven't watched either of these videos. One is that fucking incel Andy B-suit dude, okay? I want to talk about incel shit more specifically, because I feel like the last thing we did on men's rights versus feminism ended up being just about incel versus feminism. So I feel like I need to clarify some positions here, okay? And the second one is an earnest, not shitty person, I believe, who's trying to explain some advice to young men. I'm going to comment on what it means to be a man, okay? What? Incels 1, man is 2. What are we doing? Choose. Choose. B-Suit Andy AMA or Ernest Goodman? Oh, yeah, there we go. Now that things have been clarified. Now that things have been clarified. Oh, I think we have a Chud in chat. Vosh, I'm repulsed by your take on the UK election. Okay. It's disgusting that a champion for human well-being couldn't research why Labour strongholds fell to Tories, instead attributing the result to an abstract English rural person with bad sentiments. Oh no, I'm familiar with the things that Labour did that kind of fucked them over in the election. The problem is, the main issue is that like they weren't racist enough. That's the main issue. Every time conservatives win election, we ask what like the left could have done more, while not acknowledging the fact that the right were literally like blowing spit bubbles and spooning shit from their own assholes into their mouth the entire time. Because you don't have to be a good politician to win as a conservative. You just have to be racist. As long as you're racist, like you're set. That's it. That's all. Your disregard for the socio-historical nuances is disappointing. Basic research, and you would have learned about the poverty of ex-labor strongholds. Yeah, no shit. It's called the decline of domestic manufacturing, with families literally going hungry. Wow, you mean massive... Hey, did you know that food bank usage has increased like 10 times under Tory leadership? Damn. I didn't realize that Corbyn's policies of strong social welfare were going to hurt families going hungry. Does your compassion stop with starving English children? Again, the Tory government led to a 10 times increase in the number of food bank usages. So how exactly am I not sympathizing with starving children by wanting Corbyn in office? Your points are incoherent. Yeah, fuck the Tories. B-Suit Andy was on JLP, might be good content to watch. I saw a little bit of it. It was pretty boring, to be honest. Like, if you care about starving English families, then why the fuck aren't you complaining about the Tory government? The Tory government that wants to sell out the NHS. The Tory government that's led to a massive increase in the amount of austerity and wealth inequality. The Tory government that has led to a massive increase in homelessness and food bank usage. But of course, you don't really care about those people who are going hungry. You just care about using them as a bludgeon against Corbyn because you don't actually give a fuck about the well-being of your countrymen. Strange coincidence, then, that supporting Boris Johnson, even though it makes every characteristic you were concerned with infinitely worse, also leads to a decrease in the number of non-white people in the country. It's worth mentioning that B-Suit Andy believes in the JQ. Yeah, B-Suit Andy is a neo-Nazi. All right, folks. My friends. So, like I said, I feel like the last time we saw this dude, Areno, he kind of like hijacked the MRA discussion. Because when I did the Jubilee video on MRAs versus feminists, he kind of took spotlight because he was the most egregiously bad person, and it didn't really get a fair shake in the context of that discussion. So here we are in this discussion, and I want to talk about incels, okay? I know it's not the first time I've done it. Hey, do we got any incels in chat? Can we get a hypers in chat? Hypers up if you're an incel, okay? Can we hypers up if you're a fucking incel? I want to see it. We got a few hands up in there. Hey, listen, you're beloved here, okay? I believe there is a serious fucking problem in our society, pretty specifically for men. Now, everyone is getting lonelier. Everyone is having a harder time finding friends. But this is very disproportionately affecting men. Very disproportionately affecting men, particularly in regards to one's ability to find successful romantic relationships. It's a serious problem. And I genuinely care about it. It's okay, Farmer Mal. I love you too. Hey, listen, we care about the hungry together. I genuinely care about like the suffering of men who can't not being able to get a relationship like at all, not being able to find like human connection and human contact. That fucking hurts. I wouldn't know, of course, you know, being the massively sexually successful Chad that I am, but I know that, seriously, I know it's a real problem. So my issue with talking about the incel problem, you know, like the incel question, one might say, is that a lot of incels are Nazis. I'm not being hyperbolic with that. The person on the right here is a neo-Nazi. He's a fan of Nick Fuentes, who's also a neo-Nazi. Being a fan of a Nazi for their political opinions generally makes one a Nazi. That just typically tends to be how it goes. The issue here is that when I talk about incels, I want to help people who I feel are legitimately hurt by the way in which modern society has atomized and alienated social spaces. But my ability to do so is made worse because of the existence of people like B-Suit Andy over here. I'm sorry, I'm blocking the B-Suit. B-Suit Andy over here. I guess it's technically a spot. Oh no. Oh no. Get that out. It's not time. Okay. Shh. My ability to advocate for these positions are severely hampered by B-Suit Andy over here, because every time I talk about a potential solution for like incel problems, not individual solutions, but broad institutional solutions, they kind of clash against some incel groups that are trying to use their problems as a wedge for far-right ideology. So let's jump in, okay? I'm ready. Let's separate the wheat from the chaff, okay? Let's do it.
Is your opinion towards women?
Like what I think of them?
Yes.
I do think they are very important, but
An incel is a member of an online subculture that centers around not being sexually active despite desiring to be. In this day and age, I think that inceldom is extended a little bit beyond that. Inceldom isn't just, I want to have sex and I can't, because there are lots of otherwise successful people who have been having trouble with on the market lately, you know? The issue there, and there are plenty of people who lose their virginities late. Being an incel is defined, I think, in these days, more with a broad social failure, an inability to find social or romantic companionship to an extent that it is severely harming your well-being, you know? So if you're just like chilling and you're in college and you're 22 years old and you haven't gotten laid like since you were born or whatever, you're still a virgin, you're just kind of chilling, you're focusing on your studies, that's not a big fucking deal. Creator phase kind of spells out the problem here. Can't an incel just go and find a prostitute? Yes, an incel can go and find a prostitute, assuming they have a little bit of money, and I guess the ability to do so. I don't know. I've never sought a prostitute. But the issue is that doesn't really fix the problem. Being an incel doesn't get fixed. The emotional damage, it doesn't get fixed just by putting your cock in like a warm hole for like 60 seconds before you nut, and then you like sheepishly walk away and drop off $300 on the counter place. You know, like, that doesn't really fix it. What we need are serious, meaningful relationships, honest, social and romantic relationships that mean a lot to the people who are having them. So an incel is a lack of a long-term relationship. An incel is somebody who is emotionally distraught for having a lack of romantic and social attachment, mostly focusing on romantic. But in my experience, though the term incel refers mostly to sex and relationships, I've never really found an incel who had really good supportive friends either.
Some topics are hard to approach.
More and more male hatred against women is rising up.
you might call this a new phenomenon.
Either the subjects are inaccessible or people are uncomfortable discussing them.
If you're an ugly guy, you better get a good job and make some money, because nobody's gonna want to talk to you.
Girls, I will destroy you.
You don't deserve to get laid at all!
So we found those subjects in person, rented a space in Hollywood, and invited our audience and any strangers walking by to come inside and ask them anything.
All right, we've already got problems here. I don't like this framing at all. Listen, okay, so Elliot Rogers, B-Suit Andy over here, all the Nazi incels that fucking message me on Twitter all the time telling me that I'm stupid for believing black people are human. All of these people are symptoms of a broader problem. Every fascist movement that has ever existed has relied on a large base of frustrated, emasculated, sexually incompetent men as their workforce, you know? This has happened. This is how. Go. You can read up on Nazi Germany. You can read up on fucking Mussolini's Italy. You can go read up on fucking Imperial Japan. Go have fun. far-right regimes are propped up by sexually frustrated young men. So the fact that we have all these sexually frustrated young men who are doing these shootings or who are joining far-right movements, this is an issue, but it's only a symptom of a cause. And the cause here, the broader issue, is the fact that in this day and age, more and more and more people, especially men, are having an enormous amount of difficulty finding good relationships. I'm not blaming anyone for this. This isn't a blaming issue. This is a product of systemic socioeconomic factors that we can't individually control. Now, is it possible that any one individual person could go out and have sex if they really put their mind to it? Probably yes. If you're sufficiently confident, unless you're like abhorrently unattractive, with all due respect, sorry, you could probably go out there and be romantically successful. But I don't care about that for the same reason I don't care about the fact that, quote unquote, anyone can go start a business. I don't care about the fact that any exceptional person can do well. I want everyone to be able to do well to the best of their abilities. That's what I want. And the fact of the matter is, society has just been working against those tendencies. The atomization of our social structures, the fact that it's growing harder and harder to find friends. People are relying more and more on the gig economy and subsistence labor, where it's more difficult for them to be comfortable enough in their economic prosperity for them to take trips or take vacations or spend time with friends or go out and do stuff and buy stuff with them, and so on and so forth. There are so many things wrong in our society in regards to how they allow us to make, or alternatively to not be able to make friends. And we can fix those problems, but we need to recognize that they're there, and it doesn't help when media outlets like Jubilee over here are opening up an incel discussion segment with like Elliot Rogers and a bunch of scary clips of dudes with like police sirens, you know? Of course, the incel in question here is a piece of shit, so...
Okay. Hey, I'm Brendio. I also go by Derek. I'm an incel, and I'm here to answer people's questions about the topic.
I can start. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
So you're an incel?
Yes.
Why would you ever sign up to do this?
I suppose I would want to give more of a positive light on this community.
Okay, Derek.
Which is a very negative light upon it.
Okay, and do you think that's a good thing?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because a lot of the boys in this community aren't bad people.
But you acknowledge that a good handful of them are, right?
Not a good handful, I would say a small handful.
Who hurt you, or
Can somebody quickly link this guy's Twitter?
what happened? What event sort of catalyzed this way of thinking and you getting into this kind of research?
Society.
Do you hate?
Me too, kid. Me too. So, if I ever seem like I'm going to be mean to this kid, it's because I don't have any respect. You can go watch the last video that I did with him in it, that men's rights versus feminism video, where he was advocating that women should be made legal lessers and should submit themselves to men because it would make both groups happier. I don't have much sympathy for this particular person. So if I come off mean towards this guy, it's not because I have a bad attitude towards incels in general. It's because this guy is a literal, like, traditionalist neo-Nazi. And he might show his, like, feathers in this video. He might not. Who knows? But he's a Fuenterino fan right here, Nick Fuentes. Hey, Nick, this is very funny for me. Hey, Nick, did the Discord get deleted? I know for a fact I didn't break any rules, but it's not on my list anymore, big guy. What happened? Can you get kicked for inactivity? You know? We got Mr. Medicare here. He's another Nazi. My dad is fucking furious from Trump winning right now. Get me on, dude. I gotta get... Probably quiet, though, or he'll fucking smash me. That's not great. Dads, don't smash your sons, even if they're Nazis, I guess.
Women?
No.
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 Do you have a female role model in your life?
A female role model?
Yeah, like a mom or an aunt or a friend?
I mean, I love my mom. I wouldn't necessarily consider her a role model, but I do love her quite a bit.
If a woman was elected as president of the United States, how would you react?
I don't know. It probably would depend on the woman. I probably wouldn't be supportive of it, honestly. But
Why do you say that, if you don't mind me asking?
I do think that men should be the leaders and women should be the caregivers and the loving, supporting, and the teachers in some cases.
So here's we can get to point number 1 here, and I love this. I love it when I get to bash them over the head with their own points. Why? Ask yourselves, why do you think men are mistreated in society? Let's really think about this. And I do believe men are mistreated. Women are mistreated too, but men are also mistreated. Let's really think about this. What are some ways in which men are mistreated that might lead to them becoming incels? Well, the fact that men are expected to not be as loving or caring as women probably contributes negatively to their ability to form emotional bonds with other people who might become friends or partners. It probably contributes negatively to their ability to be good fathers as well. We can take a look at this fucking kid's Twitter page to show that his dad apparently was at risk of beating him if he found out that his son supported Trump after Trump won. That's not a good relationship right there. Maybe his dad could have benefited a little bit more from emotional sensitivity. Moreover, don't you think that many of the broader problems men face in society are a product of the expectation that they aren't as good of caregivers as women? Have you, as a dude, ever been like at a park with children? Maybe because you're just at a park, or maybe because it's your kids that are out there, and some people have given you like some weird looks? There have even been cases where men are accused of being pedophiles just for being out there at the park with their kid. All of these are products of the social expectations that he just stepped forward and said he supports. These are the sorts of things that lead to dudes being incels right here. Not his bad attitude, but the expectations he's reinforcing. Yeah, it happens with male elementary school teachers as well. It's one of the reasons why there are so many fucking women elementary school teachers. Men are discouraged from being in that profession because they're expected to not be as caring or nurturing towards the young kids.
Since women of color or just women in general have been oppressed by certain systems and other oppressed communities, especially the LGBTQ+, all those don't really fit with the spectrum that incels or you have been talking about. So why do you think your method of thought would help fix what we have today?
I probably wouldn't view the things that you might view as oppression. I have a feeling. I would view it more as how we treat children that we love. We control them, but we control them lovingly, not as a slave, not as we're forcing them to do things against their will. I would view it more as a loving domestic thing in the past. And I would say...
See, here's another question. Maybe I got the definition of love wrong. Is it really love if you need society to enforce a legal underclass of women so that they submit to you? See, if he actually believed in love, if love was actually his goal here, then he would just romance them. Like, love has nothing to do with control. What he wants here is control because he's insecure. He feels as though he's better than women, doesn't want them as president, thinks that they aren't suited for those roles, thinks that they need to be controlled like children. He wants control over them because he's insecure. Hey, listen, folks, I'm just going to have a little individual pointerino here. This insecurity fucking kills dudes, okay? This is some Elliot Rodgers shit, by the way. I don't know how many of you actually read Elliot Rodgers' manifesto. It was pretty fucking bad read. But he was very clearly like distraught that he, the supreme gentleman, was not being absolutely fucking drowned in the affectations of young women. It was very obviously a manifesto of hatred and insecurity, and in many cases, a desire for control. So maybe in this instance, flashing Elliot Rodgers to begin with was a good call, because this guy is, well, ideologically, he's not far off the mark here. He's really not. Maybe he's a little bit more put together. Apparently, there's Bumblebee guy is in the YouTube chat? No shit? No way. My YouTube chat takes forever to catch up. Hold on. Apparently there's such a thing as an incel wiki. The incel wiki said that he's a Chad. He is a location cell. I don't even know half these words. And it has proposed enforced monogamy for NEETs and increasing the age of consent to 25 instead of cases of marriage. Hopefully the age of consent doesn't go down too far. If you marry, you know, hopefully it's not plummeting down to like 12. He claimed he started off approaching looks matches. When they were non-redemancing him, he switched to approaching ugly and old ones and twos. When he realized even they were non-redemancing him, he began to swallow the black pill. Damn. Oh, guys, you fucking idiots. It's not B-Suit Andy who's in chat. It's the other B-Suit Andy, NFKRZ. Hey, NFKRZ. Happy to have you here, comrade. YouTube chat takes forever to catch up when it's loading. It's really fucking obnoxious. In September 2018, he coined a new term, abomination cell. Damn. This term means someone who is deformed and ugly. Is he real? I don't think he's deformed and ugly. I mean, he's like fat or whatever, but I'm fat. What? Is that really? He's not ugly. I think his hair is unkempt, and if he lost weight, he might be a little bit more attractive in the conventional sense, but yeah, I don't... Abomination cell? Dude, these people like radiate insecurity. According to Brendio, there are 3 main factors behind inceldom. Location celldom, mental celldom, and ugly celldom. Guys, remember how cults invent their own terminology and languages so they can use jargon that distances them from the general population? This is a huge component of that. If you're ever part of a social group that's just fucking inventing terms like this and they start getting used, you should probably like be fucking careful. The Red Pill does this stuff as well. It's super culty. He also believes LA is the worst place to be an incel in America. He acknowledged that his online interviews are an attempt at status maxing. I will say this, I did have a lot of trouble, even I had a lot of trouble getting Tinder dates in Los Angeles. It took me a while, but after I was like a few years into college, it got a lot easier because I finally filled out. Yeah, see, look at him. Abomination cell. I would consider this a handsome dude. The left does that, Lamau. It's not a good sniff test. I do not see the left doing that, no. Most of the terms the left uses are academic. I don't think they, like, just make shit up. Yeah, I think he's pretty cute here. When is this picture from? May 2019, I see. Average as fuck? I'd say this is a little bit above average. And he called himself an abomination cell? I know that this is like an incel meme, and they'll make fun of you ruthlessly if you ever point this out, but do you not think personality might have something to do with it? My dude, Brendio yyeeee, aka Derek? If you look like this... I mean, this is older. This YouTube video is older than the picture we're looking at. And your personality is you talking about how you want to lovingly control women and make them second-class citizens. Do you think maybe you're not doing yourself any favors? I don't know. Don't fall for the personality meme. The personality means everything, dude. Personality is huge. Now, personality can be affected by a lot of other factors, like your appearance can lead to you being competent, and the competence is helpful. Guys, for real. Jesus Christ. I know I'm not ugly or anything, but I'm hardly like an absurdly attractive dude. But I get laid literally whenever I want. And I did before I started streaming too, so it's not all like money and attention or whatever. Even when I was just a fucking like college Andy, it would just... You're literally an absurdly attractive dude though? I'm really fucking not. Okay, you people are parasocial. Get out of here. Yeah, Chad-splaining. Listen, all right, I'm sorry for Chad-splaining. There are plenty of people more attractive than me, okay? Listen, right now I'm using a professional camera with a professional fucking lighting setup that I don't know how to use, so it's just shining light on my forehead. And I look like this in that lighting most of the time. I look pretty fucking average, maybe a little bit better than average, maybe, I guess. That's all very subjective. Can we focus on the point here? The point that I'm trying to get at here is that I looked basically like this for a pretty long time. I looked basically like this for, since I was 19, I'd say. So, for the past 6 years. And back when I was 19, I couldn't get laid like for shit. I tried like a year and a half to get laid on Tinder in LA, and I think I got like one successful attempt. I was not very good at it. But when I got to college, I got a little bit less autistic. I mean that seriously. I did. I did a better job of learning how to control my social impulses. I got a little bit better at public speaking. I got a little bit more confident. And that was all it took. And with a few key adjustments to my personality, I went from having an incredible amount of trouble getting laid to being able to get laid literally whenever I want, with essentially, well, not with anyone I wanted. I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't think anyone can do that. But with anyone reasonably that I wanted, like within a purview, you know, if we have to select for a range. And I don't actually think that I'm a particularly exceptional case here. I'm a little bit better at public speaking than most people, maybe, but I mean, it was a change that I made for myself. And the fact that that change was one of personality, and it was. You can make fun of me all you want, but I've looked like this for a while. In fact, right now, I'm 60 pounds heavier than I was when I started college. I have gained 60 pounds of fat. I have not worked out nearly enough in that time to compensate for that. I came into college 185 pounds, and right now I am about 155, 150, thereabouts. And it only got easier with me for time. It only got easier for me. So one could actually argue I've gotten less attractive since I came here to college. I was in community college when I was 19 too. But it is you lost 30 pounds? No, I gained, you only weighed, guys, 255. No, shut up, 255. Not 155. I said I gained 60 pounds, not lost 30. Anyway, the body that you're looking at right now is more than halfway to 300 pounds. I'm not exactly a lean person. I have a big frame to fill it out at least. But the point I'm trying to get at, and you people are just desperately trying to like point out that this is all physical attributes. Over the past 6 years, I have done nothing functionally except grow out my hair a bit and gain 60 pounds. And yet, in spite of that, my ability to attract other people has increased substantially. It is confidence. You can argue that the confidence may be more effective because I am already decent looking. Sure, maybe that's a legitimate point. But the confidence is nonetheless an extremely important factor. And you all know this because you're looking at this dude right now and you just saw this dude's fucking picture. You saw what he looks like. You all agreed that he was cute. And we all agree that in spite of the fact that this guy is cute, he's fucking disgusting. And it's not because of his weight, and it's not because of his face, and it's not because of his fucking hair, though his hair definitely needs a combing here, Jesus Christ. It's because he's a huge piece of shit. We all agree on this, but if I say it about myself, but you can only talk about confidence if you legitimately are like a 1.5 out of 10. You know? Like that's the only... I know so many people who are not conventionally attractive men, cisgender men, straight cisgender men, who have nonetheless been incredibly successful sexually. I knew dudes in high school who were 5'3" and got girlfriends more often than I did, even though I was 6'2". I didn't look that great in high school, though. I knew dudes who were fucking rank skinny. I knew dudes who were fat. There were so many fucking dudes I knew. And the common variable there was confidence. Is confidence everything? No. Does confidence help? Yes. Are incel forums a gigantic machine designed to convince miserable men that there's nothing they can do to fix themselves and therefore that confidence isn't a variable? Yes, it is.
That if we were to do it in a civilized way, maybe in a more even a Christian way, even though I'm not really advocating for a certain religion or ideology, I would assume that women would probably be happier. And I wouldn't just assume that blindly. I would assume that based on the data that I have seen.
So the data that he is referring to here, and he's referring to exactly one study because it's the same study that everyone brings up. And it's the fact that since women have begun working, they have grown less happy. Damn, wow, no shit, my dude. This is the same traditionalist horseshit they always try to push. It's, yeah, the Jordan B. Peterson argument as well. So, wow, incredible. You take the majority of the population and then you make the economy so bad that households that used to be able to subsist off one income earner now need two. So you throw people who were told growing up that they would be child raisers and domestic rearers, and then you throw them into the fucking gig economy? Damn. Yeah, wage slavery makes people sadder. Everyone is less happy than they used to be. But that isn't because of there's no causal evidence to suggest that this is because women innately prefer being locked up in houses as fucking housewives, where they have no like independent like economic autonomy. In fact, there's evidence to suggest otherwise, that greater degrees of autonomy lead to an increase in the happiness of women when you're controlling for other factors. What it actually shows is that our society is, generally speaking, growing worse in an economic sense, that people are growing less and less able to provide for them and their families, and jobs are growing less and less stable, meaning economic anxiety is now something that people constantly have to worry about. What was 50 years ago a job that you could reliably work at, you go there 8 hours a day, union fucking pay, lunch breaks, is now two people heading out for in some cases more than 8 hours a day, often more than 8 hours a day, running out to gig jobs that they could get fired at like that with no fucking warning. With no ability for recourse, with no union, working minimum wage, desperately trying to provide for a household whose rent is so high they're spending 70% of their income on it. No shit, people are happier back then, but that's not because of the traditional gender roles. That can be empirically, causally demonstrated to be a product of changing economic circumstances.
What data have you seen that has brought you to this conclusion? Because I'm now curious where I can get this data from.
I couldn't reference it offhand, but I believe there was a study that
it's that study.
I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Okay.
Wait, he's not even going to provide its info? He's just there was a study. Okay, wait, well, I know the study. All right.
What do you think it is about liberal areas that create behavior in women that you think is a problem?
Promiscuity leads to increased standards in...
I love it. I love that hypergamy. Oh, dude, her face, dude. She was like, yeah, she knew. She knew exactly what he was going to say.
Primitive aspects such as looks. And that
primitive aspects such as looks, as opposed to the traditional man who doesn't give a fuck about the appearance of his partner.
Typically makes it harder for some people to find a relationship, including sometimes good-looking people. There's guys who are much better looking than I am who are having a really hard time finding someone in a place like LA or in London or in Auckland, New Zealand, but they probably would have a perfectly fine time finding a woman somewhere else.
So you think that promiscuity is the problem, and if people were more monogamous and more withholding, that would sort of fix society?
Yeah, I suppose if people were more traditionalist.
So, leaving aside the fact that he's literally advocating that so let's not be stupid here. He's not suggesting that people should just be monogamous. He's talking about enforced monogamy. This is a very common talking point amongst far-right incels. So he's saying that because some dudes are having trouble getting laid, the state should penalize or even criminalize promiscuous people. So, leaving aside the fact that the solutions incels propose here, far-right incels, are an egregious violation of civil rights. I think that's a pretty fair statement to make on my part. The state being able to punish people for having sex? Okay. So that's cool. That's fun, fine, you know. But leaving aside that little piece of information right there. There's also the fact that he's advocating that a massive swath of people have, you know, their freedoms limited, have less fun, one might say, to appease some vague, nebulous demographic of people who are being harmed by the promiscuity of others. These are people who will, by the way, in the next breath, though maybe not this kid because he's a Nazi, defend the free market and the free distribution of resources. Here's an alternative explanation. How about you recognize the fact that promiscuity has, generally speaking, led to an increase in the number of people who are having sex. And the fact that there are still people who are not having sex in this environment is actually something, in many cases, to be celebrated because it means people have other choices. The fact that people aren't having sex with this guy in particular is a success of the system, not a failure, because this person should not be having sex at all. And by the way, I think it's a pretty rousing condemnation of the idea that looks are above all else, because all these women come into the fucking booth looking normal at first, looking at his face and looking fine, and then he opens his mouth and they instantly start like rolling their eyes and sighing and making fun of him. I think that's a pretty strong indication that looks are not what's doing this guy in. In all seriousness, though, they don't see him, do they? Wait, is there actually a curtain between? Oh, my little jab.
Sort of.
Oh, there's a black line here. How did I not see that? Oh, never mind. There's a black line. Well, the mouth opening thing, something tells me they wouldn't be sighing and rolling their eyes if they saw his face. So you know what? Even if they can't see him, I'm keeping my joke intact. I'm keeping it attached. We're keeping it pieced together. Something tells me that they wouldn't like go to see his face and be like, ugh. Oh. You know, I don't think they would do that. They will do that when he opens his mouth, though. In all seriousness, though, and let's be very specific here, it is true sometimes that it can be really difficult to find, like, find good romantic partners in, like, LA or big cities or what have you. But you know why that is. It's because a huge, bustling city doesn't have any social spaces in which people can interact. Because there are a huge, huge, huge number of people, and most of the time, the only way in which people try to find partners in these places is through places like Grindr or Tinder, where you're always going to be competing with the most sexually successful people in that environment. The issue here is social atomization, not anything else. There's the alternatives to like fixing social atomization are even more preposterous. If you were to choose between these two solutions, which one would you go for? Violating the civil rights of women, or possibly everyone, by having the state penalize them for having non-adulterous, promiscuous sex with other people, or trying to make our big cities more livable so that people have ways to socialize with one another in those spaces, making our economy more affordable and more practical to the average person so we have more time and energy to spend on our meaningful social relationships. Which of these sound a little bit more, which sound better to you? One improves society and fixes the problem, whereas one hurts people and places a band-aid on the problem by legally penalizing them for engaging in behavior that this guy thinks doesn't help his cause. But I'll share a secret with him, and it's going to be a secret that all of us can keep amidst ourselves. Here, wait, listen. Even if there was enforced monogamy, women would still hate this man. It wouldn't change his prospects. They would still avoid him. And unless the society is structured in such a way that women have absolutely no economic dependence outside of marriage with a man, which I imagine is what he's looking for, women would rather be single than be with him. It will not fix his problems. Only he can fix his problems. Probably one of the reasons why he wants traditional relationships. That's one of the reasons there's such a big pull amongst these incel dudes. It's not because they want to love and cherish a woman like he's her princess. It's actually because they know that if a woman has no economic dependence, if they can't find a job on their own, if they can't pay for a house on their own, if they're shamed for being a single mother, they'll have to run to a man, even if that man is an abusive piece of shit. Like I assume this guy would be.
Shootings in the past where these shooters actually stated that they were incels or were radicalized by online incels. What do you think about their actions?
Fix the loose hair? What loose hair? Is there a hair on my beard? Fuck all of you.
I condemn their actions. I don't believe I don't believe violence is the solution. I don't believe attacking random people is going to fix anything, whether they're, women or men. I do think that the reason why they committed those actions was probably because of out of desperation or out of, mental problems that probably could have been prevented had the right support was in their community, in their household. If people saw what they were posting and saw what they were experiencing in life and did something to help them.
Was there like a...
So again, we're doing this again. The classic avoiding responsibility. So hey, I disavow Elliot Rodgers, but if only somebody else had stepped up. If only somebody else had stepped up and saved him. No personal responsibility placed on the men in this situation, by the way. Even when one goes out and engages in a mass shooting. No, nobody could have saved Elliot Rodgers because Elliot Rodgers was fucking insane. Elliot Rodgers was a product of a flawed society. We all are. I mean... duh. But Elliot Rodgers was deeply ill. I mean, how many incel communities were out there calling him a volcel because he's, like, pretty good looking, you know? His issues were clearly not with his face. His issues were with his brain. Hey, you know who else had that take? Oh no, the video's been terminated. Sargon of Akkad made that take. That's the take that Sargon of Akkad made. Damn. Well, there's a clip of it out there somewhere. Sargon of Akkad, after the Elliot Rodgers shooting, was screeching about how feminists did this. Feminists, by not sleeping with him, caused the deaths of those who Elliot Rodgers shot. Damn, what happened to personal responsibility, huh? Yeah, Stefan Molyneux as well. Stefan Molyneux is like the incel chieftain. It's great. It's really generally great. It's a phenomenal grift. So what you do is you point out that men are lonely, and then the lonely men come to you, and then you say that they're lonely not because of any fault of their own, but because of society's fault. There's nothing they can do to change themselves individually. Society is just so fucked up. It's society that needs to change. And anytime society doesn't change, it's the product of a broad conspiracy to keep this group of people down specifically. It's a phenomenal grift. It really is. I wish I had become an incel chieftain. That's probably an incredibly fucking profitable position to hold.
Pivotal moment in your life, like a straw that broke the metaphorical camel's back?
It's constant years of rejection, no matter who the person was, constant years of rejection in other aspects of my life. It did kind of push me towards more, I suppose, radical beliefs, but I suppose they're only like radical beliefs, but they're more just old beliefs, really.
No, it sounds like I had another metaphor like death by 1,000 cuts. It's not like one pivotal moment, but it sounds like a bunch of things built up over time.
Yeah.
One of the common criticisms about the incel community is that you feel entitled to sex or intimacy. Do you believe that you deserve sex or intimacy from a woman?
Okay, so really quickly, I think that everyone deserves, like on a baseline level, everyone deserves relationships and happiness on a baseline level. That's something that you are born deserving. To have that taken from you, to have that entitlement taken from you requires behavior on your part. I don't think you deserve or entitled to affection from any particular person, but I do think that everyone should be able to have, a romantic and socially successful. Yeah, exactly. You're entitled to it generally, but not from any one person. And you're not entitled to it all the time. You're just sort of default entitled to it. So say, for example, you may be born entitled to it, but then if you spend your life being a weird fucking creepy Nazi dude, incel, who wants to treat women like children or whatever, then maybe you don't deserve it quite as much. But I don't think that having friendships and relationships is something people should have to earn the right to. That just seems really weird to me. This is just such a fundamental part of living. You die sooner if you don't have... Gotcha, creator face. You die sooner if you don't have, you know, intimacy and physical touch. I think there have actually been studies done on this. We need it. It's something we need to live. We're social animals. So I don't know. I'm not comfortable with people taking this this derivative like, oh, you're not entitled to anything. Like, okay, sure, maybe not, fine, okay, but everyone should have this.
I think everybody at some level deserves someone that loves them and, you know, respects them, as long as you are also loving and respectful towards that person. You know, they're an equal. You know, you're not like seeking someone beyond yourself. You know, you don't have like too high standards, I suppose. You know.
If you can tell the world about something about being incel that, you know, that may not be in the internet or that's overlooked heavily, what would it be?
I don't know. I think it's mostly that most of the men are not inherently bad people. A lot of them are just lonely. They just need some help, really.
Okay.
It really genuinely hurts me hearing these takes from this guy, because he's everything wrong with incels. He doesn't want to fix society. He wants to pull women into line so they have no choice to be with him. He doesn't want to address his personal failings. He wants to blame everything else out there. So to hear him like grift with these like, oh, we just want, men are lonely out there and they need help, while like in the same breath just a few minutes ago he was talking about how women should be made subservient and how men aren't like better caretakers or whatever. It's just incredibly hypocritical.
Would you say that there's anything that other people can do to help guide or just support or anything?
You know, the lonely person in your class or the lonely person in your workplace, maybe he's an incel and he's not letting you know, and he's just kind of afraid to. You want.
Why would he let you know?
Someone positive. Just be nice. Say hi. Try and make friends with him. You don't have to date him. You don't have to whatever. Just, you know, brighten up someone lonely's day, I suppose.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
You don't want to be an incel?
Unfortunately, I mean, I have to agree with that advice. A lot of us, I know that life is hard these days and it's really hard to make time for other people, but it can mean a lot to a person if you take a little bit of time out of your day to just like be a little friendly towards someone who looks a little down or lonely. That can be so impactful on somebody else's day. Now, don't like go out of your way to like struggle and put yourself forward to force interactions with every person who you think looks even a little bit down or anything, but just as a general rule, if you have the opportunity to do so. Yeah, it's true. A lot of students did say they were friendly with Elliot Rodger. Elliot Rodger was just fucked in the head, dude. He was just an incredibly entitled, misogynistic, like racist piece of shit who was angry that somebody of his incredible supreme gentleman lineage wasn't being showered with pussy without having to put any effort into it. So he got increasingly mad and did a shooting. There was nothing anyone else could have done for Elliot Rodgers. Elliot Rodgers was beyond help.
No.
Why not?
Well, I mean, it's part of the whole involuntarily thing. I mean, you know, you want to try and escape it. You want to be something better. You know, you want to get a wife, get a girlfriend, get someone who loves you, spend your life with them. And
also, the incel wiki says this guy's a fake cell. Apparently, he's had sex before. I don't think that's really relevant, but I just want you to know he's a divisive community member.
Be happy and.
What's one thing you wish people understood better about you?
I don't know. I guess I wish people would recognize how much effort I'm trying, I suppose. Like, you know, I'm working out typically daily. I've lost over 100 pounds. I'm out there job hunting actively. I don't think people recognize how much effort the incels in general try to put into bettering themselves. I would say, you know, people don't recognize their effort. They just assume that they're all like lazy and sad and angry at women and just giving up and things of that nature.
If only you could exercise your personality. Again, chat, I mean, I think we can all agree he's pretty cute. A lot of potential.
Okay.
You don't have to see the bad things in the world and then come out a bad person. You can just see the bad things in the world and then improve upon yourself because of them, I suppose.
So you do have hope.
Yeah, I have hope, yeah. I'm a very hopeful person, I suppose.
I won't lie, this went a lot differently than I thought it would. I thought we'd be yelling at each other, you know?
It was nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you too.
Oh. Yeah, okay, there's a curtain.
Hello, thanks for watching the video. I take issue with the way this video was presented.
This is a huge problem for me, okay? I do not like how this video was presented at all. Not even close. This probably maximizes engagement and stuff, but the framing here is fucking horrible. So the video opened with like a bunch of police sirens, Elliot Rogers, man shouting at the camera, incels. And then it tried to show that then it tried to like, the way the music kind of was like really light at the end, the way people were like, oh man, you were nicer than I thought. It was trying to frame him as like, oh wow, incels aren't all that bad. You've been humanized. But this guy in this video said that women should be second-class citizens. He doesn't believe a woman should be president. Keep in mind, the way in which this is presented, editors have all of the control. They choose what to show, they choose what not to show, what facial expressions to portray, how to end the video, what music to add in, and the video unquestionably ended on like an uplifting note for this dude. But this dude's literally a Nazi. I don't think that, I don't think it's particularly responsible for them to frame his positions in that way. If you want an incel to humanize, there are tons of incels you can humanize out there. There are plenty of, I know, in my community, there are incels, or people who call themselves incels at least, who are fine people who could go up there, but they chose this guy specifically because they knew that this guy specifically was like a media bomb. There are other people who advertise themselves as incels online. Why do you think this guy is the one who's gone on Jubilee twice, who went on Jesse Lee Peterson twice, who was set up to debate with Destiny? Because he's actively trying to portray himself publicly, and he's doing this using the same accounts that he's using to portray far-right talking points. Any responsible editor or any responsible production team should know what he's up to and should take an effort to not try and like fucking humanize him. So whatever. I mean, that's what we get for Jubilee lib production, but that's okay. Overall, it wasn't a super bad video. All right, folks, I need to go over some fucking donos. Some fucking donorinos, okay? That's what we need. And while I have all of you stupid pieces of shit here, fuck you. Give me 50,000 subs by 2020. Like, comment, and subscribe. I'm doing it. I'm doing it when I know we're at the peak fucking viewership. Like, comment, and subscribe. Fucking ring the fucking bell. Fuck, if you haven't already, you think, oh, I'm a responsible YouTube viewer. I don't need to ring the bell. I'll just look at the video. Fuck you. Ring the bell anyway. Hit like. Why aren't you hitting like? It helps the algorithms. Don't you want me to be more successful? So I can do this, except in a fancier suit? Don't you want me to do this from the back seat of a Maserati? Well, that's probably never going to happen for so many more reasons than I can count. But wouldn't it be fun for you to hit like anyway? And commenting also helps the algorithm. Fucking do it. 50K by 2020. Hashtag Vosh 50K. 50K hashtag Vosh. Rick and Morty. Yes? Sure, what's up? Oh. You've interrupted me like 8 times this stream.
I'm sorry, but look.
You say that every time.
This is a normal dice.
Yes, normal dice. Yes, nice. It's huge.
It's fucking huge.
Nice.
That's what I'm sure.
Did you just get those?
Yeah.
Well, it's beautiful.
Oh, look how fucking big it is.
Yeah, it's very. I'm looking at it.
Sure it's big.
I don't know if they're going to appreciate this very much, but I'll show it for them anyway. Look, it's 2 dice, except the camera's in manual focus, so all you can really see is them from this distance, but you see, it's big. They're cute.
Part of me's trying to bust in. Oh no.
Oh no.
Do you want her or no?
No.
He wants you.
Here.
I love you.
Love you. All right, D&D later tonight are canceled. D&D today has been canceled through no fault of my own this time, unfortunately. It probably is going to be on hiatus until the next year. I need to do like a video, what is it called? Not a compilation, a video playlist of the previous. Can we get the like button on the website? I don't think that's possible, unfortunately. Okay. Donos! Caius with the $1. This is the real green man? I already did that. Fuck you. Rat Resistance with the $5. Hope you're doing well, man. Haven't been able to be on as much lately. We miss you, comrade, and I am doing a little bit better. Thank you. The Durbinator with the $5 when voting on a poll. First consider the lobster, then do a centrism. I think that's how it works. That is how it works. Thank you, comrade. Somniostatic with the $5. Who the fuck wears an oversized hoodie with a button-down shirt? Gulag? I used to make those mistakes, comrade. I used to make those mistakes. And Pig Puncher, 15k subs by 2020. Let it happen. Caius with the $1. Vosh, as we all know, wants all Britbongers to starve in retribution for the potato famine, the true Hibernian plot. It's true. And maybe that's why I hate Britbongers so much. I'm trying to get them back for that shit, you know? Luca Hayes with the 2 something or the others. What about all the Corbyn anti-Semitism propaganda? It's mostly complete propaganda. For Corbyn specifically, it's incredibly fucking asinine. There are some, I think, legitimate accusations of anti-Semitism that can be found within the party itself, but then again, you could find the exact same thing within the Tories, so... It's not something I've looked into tremendously, but I've yet to see any legitimate sources when it comes to Corbyn being anti-Semitic. This is just another one of those, like, smear tactics. They're doing it to Bernie now, too. Bernie Sanders, who lost family in the Holocaust. Balthazar with the $2. API re. I'll go back and check, comrade. And Asterism Alex with the $3. In before we need to lower the age of consent laws so incels can get laid. Yeah. They'll get around to it. Brad with the $5. Do you think there are any political party in South Africa worth backing, or is everyone down here just fucked? I know nothing about South African political parties. I know literally nothing about them. So I'm terribly sorry, comrade. I can't help you with any of that, but I'm sure you'll be able to find something that works, right? OX1AC with the $5. Merry Christmas from a 34-year-old virgin with no friends. Loving the content, comrade. Hey, I don't know if you're happy with where you are or not. It's possible you are. It's possible you're not. I just want to let you know that hope you're doing well, comrade, and that there's always time to make friends, should that be something you choose to do. And I'm delighted you enjoy the content. The A Spears with the $2. I want to lick your ear ball. Please do not. They hurt. Somniostatic with the $5. Confidence, personality, accepting failure, and moving on is like 90% of getting laid. Yeah, 100%. Dude, girls are really, seriously, honestly, swear to God, if you get off of fucking Tinder, not that fucking shallow, dude. If your experience with women is 100% Tinder, then okay, fine, sure. But if you actually interact with women in, like, real life, you'll find they're really, really, really not that fucking shallow, okay? If you're reasonably confident and decent and kind to them, like, you can blast fat fucking ropes in the walls, you know? And if you're attractive and all those things, you can do it on Tinder, too. Twilight Monk with the $1 in reference to my last dono. Yeah, I figured as much. I know you're no infallible messiah to leftism, but I don't think you're a bad person. It just feels like people sometimes just make things up about you because they don't like you. Oh, Twilight Monk, 100%. People make shit up about me all the fucking time. Just the other day, I saw a Chapo Trap House post where a person was saying that they just campaigned for Bernie, and no, they said, this is a quote. This is a quote. No longer watching Vosh talking about how many windows he'll break during the revolution. When the fuck do I ever LARP about revolutionary violence? I don't think I've ever done that. I've always said the revolution will probably happen after I die. And that if a revolution did happen, that I'm not equipped for fighting and not interested in fighting other people and would probably, if I had to, take some sort of secondary back-end role. But this person said that they watched me. When the fuck have I ever said that? I never say that stupid shit. So weird. Hail Kavaforth with a gifted tier 2 sub. Thank you. Great name. Unacceptable reward for thy good taste in music. Good. Bequeath unto others, comrade. Thank you. Little Video Man with the $5. He keeps doing the Sam Hyde laugh. Can you do a video on Hyde? I think he's an excellent smuggler of the absolute worst ideas and antisocial behavior. I don't know much about Sam Hyde. I could do a video. You should suggest one in the Discord channel. And I can give that a look, and then I'll see if something there would work. I agree with most of what you say about incel stuff, Vosh. I just think some of the approaches are overly optimistic considering what I've seen. Sure, maybe you think that my approaches are overly optimistic, but alternatively, the approaches that are offered by far-right incels like him are literally like destroying human civil rights. So I'll take my approach. Maybe I'm a little bit optimistic about this stuff, but optimism is more productive than pessimism is 90% of the time. You know? I mean, Poppy once claimed you said something creepy about them and their brother on stream, so people keep seeming to watch you do things that you don't do. I don't even know if Poppy has a brother. I don't even know. Maybe? No, wait. I think I remember her saying that one time. This is a chunk of my brain that I haven't accessed in years. Non-compete with the $1. You actually non-compete? The ass is self-cleaning. Wiping is not necessary. I don't think you're actually non-compete, but I agree. No, I don't. You should wipe. I wipe very thoroughly. Ryan Cruz with the $30. Thank you so much, comrade. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you, Ryan. No donation message attached either. Just a heaping load of generosity. Thank you very, very much. Wipe your ass? I said I wipe. What the fuck do you want from me? Cola Dick with the gifted tier 1 sub, thank you. I probably can't find the clip if I tried, but I remember Jordan Peterson literally saying that state-assigned girlfriends would be a good solution to male loneliness. Yeah, of course, dude. Okay, I guarantee you that Jordan Peterson doesn't actually give a shit about that. I guarantee you that he's just trying to appeal to the incel crowd that he's been leading around like a fucking fiddler. It's wild how all of these people who, have you considered talking about the weird alt-right obsession with Mr. Medicare? It's not weird. Mr. Medicare is a neo-Nazi. There's nothing weird about their alt-right obsession with him. Mr. Medicare is 100% a neo-Nazi. It's not even subtle. Is Philosophy Tube a good Britbonger? Yeah, but he'd be better if he was American. Actually, I think Philosophy Tube and Sean are the only two, like, fucking British folk that I've ever listened to that I like listening to with their voices, you know? Yeah, Jordan Peterson is a huge advocate for like doing stuff yourself. It's not consistent with his ideology to advocate for state-mandated girlfriends. H-Bomber Guy? No, I don't like H-Bomber Guy's voice. I like his content. I don't like his voice. I don't like British accents. Have you seen the clip of Fuentes not thinking dinosaurs are real? Yeah, I tweeted it. It's pretty funny. Here, let's complete these donos. Brad with the $5. How would you recommend someone get better at public speaking, and what did you do? I could use some direction, to be honest. All you have to do is want to do it. That's how you get good at everything, in fact. If you want to do public speaking, you'll put yourself in positions to do it more frequently. Like what I did when I tried to hijack Destiny's stream and come on to argue with him. Or like what I did every time I had a school project and I volunteered to be the one to present it. The more you do something, the better you get at it. It's just, you know, perfect practice equals perfect. Von Tux with the $2. Sargon's take is archived on archive.org. That would take some time to find, I think, but yeah, we could really dig it up if we wanted to. What about Jim Sterling? I've never seen a Jim Sterling video. How hard was it to watch Harry Potter? I didn't. I never finished Harry Potter. Try Anon with the $5. About Nazis. Try to create both systemic and individual opportunities for people to reform themselves, but when people start attempting to do a Nazism, defenestrate them vigorously in Minecraft. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I agree completely. You want people to feel as though, as an individual, they have a power to change the circumstances of their life, but you also want people to understand that there are broader, larger, systemic issues that are causing them issues, you know? You want individual success is motivating, and systemic success is effective, and motivation is required to do effective things. Trotsky for life with the $5. I introduced your videos to my critical theory club at school and everyone seemed to like it, a little closer to 50K. Thank you, Trotsky for life. Hey, much appreciated. Hey, Vosh 50K. I love you very much, comrade. Thank you so much. Believe it or not, the disgusting shilling that I've been engaging in actually seems to work a little bit because I have seen my sub numbers tick up at a disproportional rate. Oh, God. You're no gamer if you don't watch Jim. I just find Jim's act a little bit cringy. Am I the only one? I'm not saying he's a bad guy or anything like that. Just the big outlandish costume and the big performative accent and I just find it a little cringy. But there are a lot of things that I'm not making a moral judgment on other people. It's just not my sort of thing, okay? I'm not one of those people who believes that because something is cringy, that makes it, like, bad. That's a totally subjective assessment, you know? Hostel Boy with the $5. Vosh, I want to start a YouTube channel to contribute to leftism. Any tips? No tips, comrade. Find something that you think you can do better than anyone else. Find a niche that isn't being filled by others, and then do it so well that you feel as though people will be willing to pay you for it. Really, I mean, that's it. That's my solution. There's no accounting for the whims of fate. Luck has a huge amount to do with it. Jim Sterling seems like the kind of guy that I would end up watching and enjoying if I watched enough of his videos to get used to his affectations, you know? Shez Elliott with the $2. Blast ropes for Vosh 50k. True. Communist propaganda with the 2 Australian. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Thoth? Yeah, I'll get you guys more Spirit Science React soon, okay? I know you guys would never go ahead and watch that on your own. You need fucking Daddy Vosh over here to step on in and do it for you. I know how it is, I know. Hail Kavaforth with the unbelievably generous $30. Thank you so much, comrade. Just want to say that I feel that after I became a leftist, I've been a better person, but angrier at my right-wing government. Let's yeet them in 2021. Wait, what government is voting in 2021? Yeah, Jim Sterling definitely knows what he's doing, and it's performative. Norway? Norway, that's right. That's where Hail Kvaforth's from. That's right. Sorry, Hail Kvaforth. When I think of your country, I think cold, and that goes to Canada for me instantly. I just think of Canada. So I imagine Canada. I was like, wait, didn't Justin Trudeau just get reelected? That can't be it. You know? But nothing to do with you. I just think cold. That's what I think of. When I think of Norway, I think cold. When I think of Canada, I think cold. That's just how it is. You know how it is. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate the generosity. It always means the world to me, and I'll never stop appreciating it for as long as you're comfortable giving it. Pig Puncher with a gifted tier 1 sub. Less than 300 subs away from 15k by 2020. Shameless plug dono. Also have White Nervosa add KEKW to the website next time. We'll get around to it. Guys, if you enjoy my content, you'll probably enjoy the content of Pig Puncher as well. I'm sure most of you know who Pig Puncher is, but maybe you've only heard of him and have not actually decided to commit to subscribing to him. Fucking go ahead and do it. Pig Puncher produces good videos and does a lot of subjects that I don't tackle myself, mostly because I'm a talentless hack who is very lazy with my content creation. Go for it. I like Pig Puncher a lot. There's a reason why he's in my D&D campaign. He does a good pirate voice. Is this the chat Vosh reads? Yes, Perkinge90. This is the chat that I read. And also sub to Nino. Thank you, Pig. Yule with the $1. British accents on girls are hot as fuck. Oh, you know what's really funny? Wait, really quickly, okay? I had a long-distance relationship with a British girlfriend for a year and a half. It was coming out of high school. It was my first, like, big, real relationship. And I was younger. I would never do a long distance relationship now. Absolutely not. Are you fucking kidding me? But at the time, oh, nice, Larry, dude. But at the time, and she's wonderful, and she's still wonderful. I still talk to her from time to time, but she's a super nice, super kind person. And I have nothing but respect for her. And she has a British accent, and her British accent's very cute, of course, because it's that lofty. I think, God, what city was she in? I think she was born upper middle class in like Edinburgh or something. It's like Edinburgh, right? Or Edinburgh? I forget the name. It wasn't London, but it was a large city neighboring it. Yeah. I think it's Edinburgh. I could be wrong. It may have started with a B. Oh, is that Scotland? Okay, that's no. Wait. It's not that then. It's not that. It's not that. Is it Birmingham? It had a big university in it. Does Birmingham have a big university in it? It's not. Okay, yeah. It has Cambridge? Oh, okay. That's every city in the UK. I think it was Birmingham, okay? It's in England, yes. Anyway, she was born to an upper middle. Why does it matter? Because accents in England vary tremendously depending on the city and what part of the country you're in. But anyway, the Birmingham does, but it's up north in England. Okay, hold on. We're going to try and ascertain. 1 second. Map of England. We're gonna live IRL dox my ex, I guess. Okay. All right. So here's London, obviously. Windsor, Watford, Cambridge. Was it Cambridge? Cambridge, Oxford, Northampton. It may have been Northampton. I remember it being northwest. Was it Northampton? Whatever. Listen, it's somewhere here, okay? It's in southern England. Just over here in this general area, okay? It's somewhere here. Cambridge. Yeah, somewhere here, okay? Anyway, it's not as far as Manchester, that's for sure. Yeah, it's definitely not as far as Manchester. The furthest it could be is Peterborough. That's the Midlands, not the South. Suck my cock. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to get at here is she had a very lovely British accent. And, of course, her accent was delightful. It was sonorous. It felt like feathers on my ears. Very nice, very pleasant. But she was a foreign affairs major, or foreign studies major, and she went over to Japan for 6 months to learn about their culture in sort of an anthropological sense. And she was familiar with the language. And the British accented Japanese was like just the most fucking rock hard boner inducing shit in the universe, dude. It wasn't just the speaking Japanese, and it wasn't just the British accent. It was the union of the two. That was just a phenomenal, just an unbelievable synthesis. It was like chocolate and peanut butter. It was incredible. Of course, I haven't heard her speak like that in like fucking 8 years or whatever. But Asterism Alex with the $2. Vosh, the stray beard hair is on your left cheek at like 2 o'clock. Why must I suffer? This is my left cheek. You know that, right? The camera's mirrored. How can I convince my alt-right friend that fascism is coming back? I think they want fascism to come back. If they're alt-right, they're probably in favor of fascism coming back, right? How does this fit in with gender abolitionism? Hold on. Scientific research shows gender is not just a social construct. All right, this is already stupid. Gender is, by definition, a social construct. That is what it is. So if there is a component of behavior that isn't a social construct, then it's not gender. This would be like how do I find like a good equivalent explanation of this? I actually can't. This is incredibly stupid. Gender is a social construct. Therefore, if there is an element of it that is not a social construct, that's a component of sex. Let's find out. Doll-loving daughter, my engineering kit had to laugh. The then 3-year-old used the present as a hairbrush. For all Corin's effort at a Is this even a study? Okay, here. A study suggested that these sort of girly toy preferences aren't simply a reflection of gendered social pressures. A meta-analysis of research reviewing 16 studies on the subject collectively included some 1,600 children found that biology and sociology affect boys and girls' toy choices. The researchers found a huge effect size, 1.03 for boys playing with boys' toys more than girls, 0.9 for girls playing with girls' toys more than boys. Anything above 0.8 is considered large across geographic regions. The size of sex differences in children's preference for male-typed and female-typed toys did not appear to be small in studies conducted in more egalitarian countries. What age were these children? Between 1 and 8 years? Wow! No shit, dude! 8-year-olds? Are you fucking kidding me? There has been scientific research to show that gendered expectations influence people's behavior as early as the moment they're born and even possibly before then. Kids learn very early on. Very early on. They look up at mommy and see she got big milkies and she wears a dress, and they look up at dad and see a big fucking beard and see he wears a suit. Even incredibly young children can pick up on this. No shit, people from fucking 1 to 8 are developing gender biased. How could you possibly believe that there's no social pressure put here? I've actually seen this study before. Yeah, this is from late 2017. I read about this study while I was in university. If I remember correctly, I actually could be wrong on this. This study was brought in by one student as part of one of our 403 classes research into studies that might have conflating variables. This was actually, I don't think I'm making this up. I think this was actually used as a case study in a course of mine of how conflating variables or how lurking variables can fuck with sociological analysis. One of the students brought this in, not me. You might be thinking about the Baron Cohen study, which is similar. Possibly. If it's very similar, then I could be thinking of that. Largest ever study of psychological sex differences in autistic traits? That can't be right. play complexity and toy engagement in preschoolers with autism. I don't know which study you're referring to. When are we getting that 8K 60 FPS camera, buddy? What the fuck? I'm using an $800 camera right now. What do you want from me? Fuck you. Anyway, let me finish donos, right? Don't we have stuff to do? Don't we have stuff to do? Jake from State Farm with the incredibly generous $15. Thank you so much. Holy shit, I caught a daytime stream. Have some cash. Bless. Thank you for helping me through Resident Evil 2, comrade. Oh, this one? Sex differences in human neonatal social perception. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, this is in regards to how children are affected even when they're in the womb. Okay, yeah, okay. We didn't study that in class or anything. I had to learn that on my own. Anyway, would the conclusions of the study still be true in a gender-abolished world? I have no fucking idea, because the study tests fucking 8-year-olds on non-socially conditioned behavior. Are you kidding me? 8-year-olds have an insane fucking level of socialization that they've internalized. No problem, erratics. Oh, actually, one quick thing before I finish up these donations. I just want to say, I don't know if you guys frequently check them out, but lately I've been doing more video game streams at night. During the video game streams, I invariably end up talking about politics during the entire fucking duration. Sometimes we even have people on for debate. They're basically really similar to these, except rather than responding to videos, I play a video game. Often my mood is a little bit better during those streams, and because the chat is smaller, I can respond to almost everyone in the chat, even if they're not like donating or whatever. So if you guys were ever interested in something like that, maybe you're not most like a video game type or whatever, I try to make it interesting for everyone. You know, I do my best to try and make it interesting, to not get lost in the specificities of like game culture, and rather to keep it mostly to political content. But I've been enjoying those a ton. The reason I held off on doing those initially is because they weren't very profitable. I need to pay rent. But lately they've been a little bit more so, which has been really, really nice and really, really generous of those who watch them. And the more people who come by, the more fun we can have, right? So yeah, thoughts on everything. Where everyone asks me my thoughts on absolutely everything. Yeah. Here, wait. Here's my promotion. Here's my promotional material. Okay? Here's my fucking B-reel. Are you ready? Thank you very much, comrade. Better. Look, it's me. As you can see, he has found those. Damn, look, I'm playing Dark Souls. Check it out. Whoa. Damn, remember, look, it's every like 6 times you hit him, he staggers. You can get another 2 hits in. Damn, whoa. It's like there's 2 of me, man. Damn, video game streams. Check it out. Koi! Damn, beaten Dark Souls 3. First attempt. No hit. No death. Alright, I'm done. That's all. Gotta self-promote. You know how it is, folks. No death. No failures. Ever. In the history. I recall you died. Not to Slave Knight Gale. I fucked Slave Knight Gale up. Yeah, I tend to do them pretty late so the Europeans can't see them. It's because I hate all of you Europeans. I fucking despise you. Just so you know. I really fucking despise you people. Those streams are scary? Damn right. I missed Dono? I haven't missed shit. Talcat with the $1. Your opinions on JRPGs are cringe. Asterism Alex with $3. Oh shit, I meant like at 10 o'clock? I don't know what you're referring to, comrade, but I hope We're all good. Jack Attack LP with the $2. You missed my last dono. Yeah, I feel as though I may have missed a few, actually. I'm going to go back and look. Professor Studs with the $1. Not to be one of those people that spams you for content creator advice, but do you think a channel where I alternate between 3 different personas would help me set me apart, or would it be too hokey a shtick? Also, watch Pig Puncher and Trans Rights. It doesn't seem like the sort of thing that I personally would be interested in. I tend to look for pretty straightforward content myself, but that could be because I don't have very much time these days. I don't know, but I would encourage you to focus test, and I mean that sincerely. Why don't you try and get the materials set up and produce a video, keep it on private or unlisted, and share it amongst people you trust to get their opinions. And then after you've gotten their opinions to what you can do to represent it, you know, better, edit it in line with that, and then open it up to public perception where things get a little bit rockier. Shackley with the $5. Go sub to White Nervosa's Patreon. She does good work on the site. Goddamn right she does. That's goddamn right she does. White Nervosa's fucking Patreon, Twitch TV, and Twitter is available with the !WN. She is literally the bedrock of this stream. Jackal with the $2. The British should be oppressed. That is true. Marinero with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. 2020 goals. Vosh 50k. Pig Puncher 15k. Me just okay. Hey, I want to be okay too, comrade. I'm not collabing with Gucci and Pig Puncher. I'm discussing. Vontix with the $5. Chat sucks. URLs restricted. Google Elliot Roger the Demon. First result. Elliot Roger the Demon. Oh. You don't say.
Here we are again.
Yeah, this is just something that happens on a daily basis, isn't it, Lacey?
Before I begin, I want to send my love, my condolences, strength, and healing to the Isla Vista community.
Your disingenuous platitudes. Got it.
In college, I became friends with this guy. He was kind of lonely, he was good looking, a little bit socially
Sargon is so fucking mad at women, dude. She hasn't even said anything yet.
awkward.
Oh wow, he sounds exactly like Elliot Roger. What a coincidence.
He pursued me romantically, very aggressively, and when I told him that I wasn't interested...
This is the video. Here, I'm going to post it in chat. This is the video right here where Sargon loses his shit and screeches about how feminism is responsible for Elliot Roger or whatever. It's pretty fucking wild. Luca Hayes, the $2, got Dusk, killing KK cultists with Shoddy. It's fun. Good. Dusk is a phenomenal game. I'm actually delighted you picked it up. All right, let me go back and check the donations that I invariably missed. Jack Attack LP with the $5. Thank you. I know you love Left Unity. Check out the description box on the Swolitariat's new video really quick to restore your faith in the left. Yeah? Wait, how is this supposed to restore my faith in the left? I'm not here. Hello? Lag? Gushian and Re-Education are here. Theory Plebe. Hakeem. Damn. Making fun of me. I see how it is. Yeah, not Pig Puncher there either. Damn. Hurts. Radical reviewer there, though, and that's nice. Thanks, Jack Attack LB. I appreciate it. Quentin Laurent with the €5. Sometimes loneliness makes me think like an incel. Thank you for helping me stay on the good side of the divide. Love? Hey, I love you too, comrade. Loneliness hits me too pretty often, actually. For, I imagine, different reasons. But yeah, stuff can be difficult sometimes. You just got to keep pressing forward. And, Bayleaf, 542 with the $1. Sorry for the low donation amount. Doing low on money at the moment. You don't need to apologize for that. I donate more when I can because I love your content, but I was wondering if you could look at the animation series The Common Soapbox. It's owned by a bunch of Australian econs. Common Soapbox. Oh, comrade! You don't need to... Comrade, we did these just the last stream. I have 2 videos of these that are ready to be prepped and uploaded. These videos are cringe as fuck. I love it when fucking economic propaganda is made palatable for children. That's my oh, whoops. Oh, ignore that. That's my favorite shit in the goddamn world. You know that? Amazing. That's what I love to see. How sloppy is Vosh's Toppy? Pretty sloppy, I think. Is Dusk the Doom-esque game? Yes. Have you seen Freedom Tunes? Yes, but there's nothing to say about Freedom Tunes. There's nothing to say about Freedom Tunes. Unless I'm dramatically missing something. Oh. Somniostatic with the $5. The syntax implied otherwise Twitter meme is legit a dishonestly edited meme, so I feel obligated to spread that around. I looked up the original context. All right, I'll keep that in mind. I'm not going to take it down because at this point it's not about targeting any one person as it is the mythology of the quote, but I'll keep that in mind. And I'll mention that should it ever come up in the future. Thank you for letting me know. And Osu with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Read Beyond Good and Evil already? It takes like an hour. Fuck you. All right. Woke Skull name drops you as a sexual assaulter? Can I live?
Oh, this might actually be content. This might actually be content. By Liability Lefty with 240...
Pig, you're so fucking cute with a beard, dude. What the fuck? Pig, you're so cute with a beard. Looking good, man. I've seen the Juice Media before. I used to be a fan of their channel back in YouTube. Yeah, I've seen this one YouTuber. Maybe I should do a video on it. Warlord 007 with the $5. I want to be a better activist, but the only lefty circles in Alabama are highly spiritual or are just really ineffective. What do? You either stick to internet circles or you try to change the physical circles that you're in. Yeah, stealing from Pig yet again. Pig actually encouraged me to do this damn video. What's the link to that video? Balthazar with the $2. API Balthazar! I looked back, I didn't see anything. Maybe I have to look back even farther. And then we're getting to content. Yeah, Balthazar, I'm terribly sorry, but your donations got eaten like 100% by the machine. I don't see them here. Unless perhaps I do. Balthazar with the dono. No, Balthazar, I responded to both of your donations. You just didn't actually leave any text in the text box. Did you perhaps intend to put text in the text box? Or did it get eaten somehow? Interesting. Hampus, I'm very calm. Alright, where the fuck is Gushin? We got a conversation to have. The video is by Liability Lefty. Yeah, I think we'll take a look at it after. I think I've had to think about it. I think we can have a real nice constructive like conversation. Gushi needs 10? Gotcha. Hold up 1 second, I'm gonna use the restroom. I love being able to work in sweatpants. Those feet? What's wrong with my feet? You think Destiny cleaned his carpets? Are my carpets dirty? What is wrong with you people? You're so judgmental when you're so affirming when I'm here and so judgmental when I'm away. What's wrong with you guys? Disgusting. Then don't leave us. I gotta pee sometime. Try hang on with the $5. Vosh, you need to wash your hands twice after every time you use the restroom to compensate for all the times you didn't wash at all. This is how hygiene works. That's fair and reasonable. Gotta compensate for cleans once had. Balthazar with the $5. Emojis at the beginning apparently made the comment got eaten. It was 4-leaf clover, green men, clover, clover, Celtic clover, he knows, laughing face. I don't know why there are so many characters that lead to donos getting eaten. I am terribly sorry about that, comrade. But now that I have heard it, I am invigorated by the by the spirit of your message. Thank you. Seriously though, sorry. Comrade Courtney with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you, pee pee poo poo. Anyway, stand vermin. We do stand vermin, and unless things go awry, which they might end up doing so due to technical issues, vermin should be streaming after I do. Vosh, just get a bucket so you don't have to leave us. I could do it all under the waist, that is true. I'll keep that in mind. Ear surgery stream win? We're saving up for that one, okay? Nice, let's talk to Gushin. Gushin. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm doing wonderfully. How about you?
Yeah, just woke up pretty fucking tired, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I know. New Zealand time, my apologies, but it's when I typically stream.
No, that's on me for staying up late writing an episode or some shit. You know, that's on me.
Alright, how's my favorite New Zealand bread tuber?
Good. Just poured a bunch of time into researching kiwi farms, so that's been fun.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Got a video on them?
Yeah, I'm talking about kiwi farms and edgelords and whatnot.
Nice. All right. What do you got on your mind, comrade? It's been a while since we last spoke. A lot's happened.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm just basically there's been a lot of stuff happening around left. I don't know what to call it. Left Twitch. YouTube, BreadTube, I don't know what you call them. Like those areas recently around, I mean, at this point, you know, around like a bunch of people that like trying to like disassociate from so much people. And I've been predominantly arguing against people about for like that kind of stuff, saying that like I don't think it's a good idea to dissociate from people. I think it's a good idea more to like talk to them and try to like express what you want to like say to them, kind of thing, rather than just like cut them out completely. Which is predominantly the reason why I reached out. I was like, yeah, you know what, like if I'm willing to fucking talk to like Destiny or some shit, I should be willing to talk to like other people who are lefties, right?
That's probably a reasonable call on your part. I think a lot of the drama around me has settled down as well, so probably not as much fire to be speaking with me.
It's you'd be surprised. I've had most people be like, I don't know about talking to Vosh. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'm not talking to them on Twitch, so it doesn't matter for them too much. Because I can't, because I'll get banned.
Well, yes, of course. Obviously, that's a bit of an impediment. Yeah, no chance of my Twitch ban getting reversed, unfortunately.
No, I imagine that one is fucked and gone, honestly. Which is fine. I mean, you're doing well enough on YouTube, so...
Yeah, it is, but it would be nice to go back to the Raj Royale. I'm sorry, hold on, I've got something in my throat. There we go. Jesus. I don't know how the fuck that got in there. It'd be nice to go in the Raj Royale or to be able to go up there and you know, fraught with Destiny or what have you. But if I'm doing well on YouTube, I can't reasonably complain. Better to be large here than small there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. And, I mean, you seem to be doing pretty well enough here. I mean, you had to debate with Saigon, which, I don't know, he seems to have run away from the one with me. I don't know if you scared him or some shit, but, like, right after your debate, he just, like, seemed to stop, like, talking.
I wonder why. Funnily enough, he actually was interested in a rematch with me immediately after, but I held off because there's rumors I might be able to have a live IRL debate with him in New York sometime next March, which seems to me to be a much funnier and more profitable way to get about my grievances with his political ideology.
Damn.
That's in the work. That's in the works, though. That might not actually come about.
Damn. That's pretty big. Okay. I might head up again and see if he's still down.
No excuse for him avoiding you, though.
Yeah, well, the other thing, I was like so excited for. I had like so many things to go because he like obviously like got real pissy about my fucking video on him. So I was like, all right, you want to argue about it? But the thing is, he got pissy and you read like 5 minutes. So you watched 5 minutes of my fucking video and then got angry about it. It's like I watched your whole video like 12 times over to make sure that I got it like right. Like I mean,
he watched your video for exactly one Sargon. That's all you can really reasonably expect from him.
Yeah, I know, it's disappointing, but I was like going into it, I was like, okay, this means that I am going to be vastly more prepared than he is for this debate about my video, because I'll actually have watched my video, so I guess that makes me, I knew this, I was going to lose it to Sargon, right? You can't lose a debate to Sargon, basically, it's impossible.
The most interesting piece of advice I received on him is you have to remember how he plays the debate game. He doesn't play to win, he plays to not lose. He never puts any effort into making affirmative statements. He will only ask you infinitely to either engage in semantics arguments or to define your own positions until he can reduce them to a point where he can make fun of them. But in terms of actually fronting arguments of his own, he will never put forward the effort. So the goal should always be to put him on the back end to get him to clarify his own positions.
We'll remember that one. Yeah, I think Faraday gave me like the same advice because Faraday wanted to moderate it. Because I saw watching you on, I was like, I don't want to let him pick a moderator because that just seemed like a mess. Like, I mean, you were like fighting both him and his moderator as well, basically most of the time, which just seemed like a nightmare.
Yeah, it was a. I think the experience could have been improved for the listener, if for no one else. It was a abject well pit of suffering for everyone who dared watch, and I think that in the future we can work to improve that process a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of boils down to this big thing we've having recently, where I don't know if have you kept up with like Twitch drama and stuff, right? Because
of course, yeah, absolutely. I find it very amusing.
So the big argument that we're seeing a lot right now on Twitch is these issues of like these big roundtable kind of things, right? The roundtables of all the people on them and everything, and how the people that are the moderators for those roundtables aren't doing a very good job of moderating those roundtables at all. Like they aren't being trying to be as unbiased as possible. They aren't trying to be like, trying to let a conversation actually happening. It's just kind of like a nightmare.
Do you have a specific example of when the moderator did a poor job moderating?
I think I've probably one that I've mentioned about 1,000 times on my Twitch channel. The old M-word debate. Big Brain Podcast.
You probably know whose side I'm going to come down on in that discussion, don't you?
Well, I'm assuming you're going to be on Destiny's side?
I am going to be on Destiny's side, yes. I think that everyone else's behavior was pretty terrible during that discussion.
I personally felt from the entire thing, though. Okay, so as much as I agree with that I should agree that Destiny was the best performer. I don't think, although there was a couple of moments, I think his comment time thing was fucking ridiculous. The way comment time gave him all the studies and he said, "Oh, I read one and I'm just going to dismiss the rest of them," seemed a bit ridiculous. That was a point where I was like, that seems like a inaccurate way of looking at a study, is to read one, see that you don't like it, and then dismiss it.
And I haven't gone through all the studies myself, so I wouldn't feel confident making a strong statement either way on that one.
I've gone through this because I think the studies, the ones that Clementine gave him were basically a whole bunch of studies based around how it's like lexicon usage, how the usage of certain language, even in private, does to a degree ultimately enter into the way that you use words, and then eventually you end up being more comfortable using those words in circumstances where you're basically put on the back foot. So, i.e., let's say the good example that I go up to normally is, let's say that you're a big time YouTuber and you're on a bridge somewhere, and someone shoots at you and then kills you, and then you just jump to the first word that you think of as like a bad word to call somebody that you use in private quite often.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with any of that. I mean, I'm a sociology major. I am familiar with those.
Yeah.
And I'm also and a communications minor. I know both elements of this. I recognize that using language casually in private, even if it's used in a non-harmful context, does allow one to use that language a little bit more frivolously in their day-to-day life, often in times when it would imply a more harmful context than the person might be comfortable with. So, for example, saying the N-word, there are, and I will always maintain this, there are ways to say the N-word, hard R, without being racist. 100%. Of course there are. It's not a magic word. There are ways to invoke it. You can use it referentially. You can be reading Tom Sawyer out loud, or Huckleberry Finn, or whatever. There are ways in which you can use it. But if that word enters your lexicon comfortably, there are then ways in which you can evocatively use it. You can use it angrily, in ways in which you don't really have control over the context with which it's interpreted, and that is when you get the issues. I don't disagree with any of that. I just don't think it's right for people to police others' private language in the way that others were with Destiny.
Yeah, I think ultimately, I think that the biggest issue with the whole N-word debate thing, the reason why I argue that it was a poorly moderated debate, was that firstly, none of that debate, the debate that ended up taking up 4 hours of the Big Brain podcast, was on the list of topics. It was brought up randomly, and then it basically dragged out. And through it being brought up and through it being put into place, I noticed consistently that they kept basically shutting up Pixie and Bastiat, who were on the show as well. They kept being like, "Oh, you can't do the rights of opinion here because you've got nothing to add here," which I think not good if you're gonna excluding people on the podcast from being able to say something. I mean, they came on, they were ready for a bunch of topics, and now they're basically being excluded for 4 hours, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Yeah, I think the big things that I would have changed in terms of the moderation there, I think that King Cole probably just should have been shut up every time he's spoken, because he'd added nothing but derision and insult. I don't think he contributed a single perspective to that entire podcast. It was just 30 minutes of him taking shots. But on the other hand, I think that Mindwaves could have done a much better job actively moderating rather than just facilitating the discussion, forcing people to clarify their positions before going up against the other person, allowing them to step back and redefine what it is exactly what they mean. So the conversation could have gone a lot more productively. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. It was, like I said, that it was a consistent thing that I've seen as an issue on this kind of things out there, where it's they get bogged down in the drama stuff, and they don't try to be like, okay, well, this is all this drama stuff is great, but ultimately speaking, there's no example, because I was on the Big Brain podcast 3 weeks before that, 4 weeks before that kind of thing, and we got talking about transgender people, transgender people in society and whatnot, and the problem was that basically it ended up just being a case of me and Mike from PA effectively consistently trying to shut down the fake stories that the other the right wingers were putting out, and that was all we were basically being able to do there was they would come out and say oh, this trans woman fucking raped a child 2 weeks ago in Texas, and we go, damn. Well, actually no, we looked into the article here. The article says that's not true. That doesn't happen at all. The only fact find is a trans woman was beaten up in Texas. What are you talking about? And we kept doing that over and over and over again, break kind of things, and it was the moderation there would be hey, you need to provide sources because you've clearly at this point lied consistently multiple fucking times about your things here. I mean, how can we trust this person if they keep lying over and over again about this kind of thing? It's just I don't know, it's just a nightmare of trying to have an actual debate about it.
Yeah, I had a fun little moment of that as well too, where I recently I saw somebody posting around this R conspiracy thread where apparently there was a book in the children's section, and it was about transgender children, or youth at least, I don't know how young exactly, and it contained quote-unquote graphic descriptions of oral sex performed on an adult. And this is in the kids section. They're trying to normalize pedophilia. And then of course you look into it for 2 minutes, and it's a biopic on the life of one gender non-conforming person who described how they early on in their life were very sexually explorative, and then there was a passage where they specifically described how they would avoid doing such with adults because they were taught by their parents that was wrong and abusive, and that was it. That was the entire thing. There was no graphic nothing, and it wasn't even in the children's section. It was in the youth section, which is a huge difference. Children's section has its own little corner in the library with the colored benches and little play toys and what have you. The youth section is where you'd find stuff like Harry Potter and what have you, which seems more appropriate. Yeah, I mean that's our job though, right? Fighting fake news. Yeah. I mean that's just what we have to do.
It's the job, but like I said, it is always a massive pain when their opinion, when the people who's expressing those fake opinions or fake news things over and over and over again are the people who have been who are given a exact same amount of trust as you are, which is that's the problem. That's the biggest problem I have with a lot of debates kind of thing, right? Is that people act like it means that all of a sudden you have like two like equal positions. It's like, no, like going into the thing, I want to make it very clear. Like a good example would be you and your Saigon thing, right? Like I don't like no one should have gone to that being like, oh yeah, this is a clear and obvious sign that like Vosh and like Saigon are like equivalent fucking partners of like, you know, presenting facts and stuff, where it should be like Saigon is a massive fucking liar who has consistently lied over and over and over again.
I imagine most of the audience would actually agree with you that Sargon is a far more reliable source of information than I could ever hope to be. Whatever, failing education systems aside, I've actually been trying to make an effort to adjust the type of content that I do lately. When I first started out, I got very incensed with the Nazi content. It's intoxicating, you know. They're the worst elements of society. They have a neo-Nazi has far more convincing arguments than a neoconservative. They're far less hypocritical, like by a long shot. If you listen to like an average Republican talk, it's riddled with hypocrisy. But if you follow the ideas to their natural conclusion, you have neo-Nazism or some other kind of like far traditionalist right value, and they're much more fun to debate. But I've gotten so bored of it lately. They're all NPCs. The Nazis that I would argue with, the process is the same every time. And I felt like I wasn't doing much good other than like sort of jerking off my own like rhetorical prowess, you know? Like I'm not actually affecting anything. It's just like, look at this. I can get them time for my 8th visit to the kill stream where I'm going to sound better than a bunch of deranged neo-Nazi alcoholics yet again. It didn't really felt worthwhile. So I'm trying to step away from that a little.
Yeah, that's I mean that's a fair position to hold. Yeah, I definitely like I have an open debate platform for people on my Twitch, which is basically like, hey, like if you come into my thing and you're spouting shit, then you can come on and debate me, and if you're too much of a coward to come online and debate me, then you can fuck off, basically. Which is I don't, which has led to me arguing with. I've argued with fucking pretty extremist like Islamic English people, which was a weird one. Which was a big derail. But like I said, like yeah, I get that kind of thing. Well, there was some like big issues I had with this for people where like I dragged them on to like argue with me, and their arguments would be so poorly constructed that it would be like, this is just pointless because we're going round and round in circles here, because they have like no foundation, but they keep going round and round like to the same point over and over again, kind of thing. Which is like they have like one point, and no matter how far I try to argue into that point and get them away from that point, they'll keep bouncing back to that point and go, oh well, no, but this is true, and then that's all they say. So like the Islamic dude, just like no matter how far I argued that that's not a good position, that how are you convincing me that I should be Islamic here, kind of thing, they would end up just going back to, oh well, you'll believe it if you believe it, right, kind of thing. Like, oh, you'll find the faith for Islam at some point.
Well,
like,
you'll never be able to convince them, of course. It's
how
just
can
about,
I convince? Yes.
Yeah, it's just about convincing the audience.
Yeah.
Which I imagine in your case, you know, they've already got to your side. But you know, I imagine that every time we stream, about 10%, sometimes more, depending on what we're doing, of our audience is on the fence about us, or maybe even actively opposed to us, and pulling those people in is how you really change minds, at least in the purview of streaming as opposed to like video production. Stepping away from things we both agree on, how goes, in your perspective, you're probably more plugged into it than I am now, the epigraphic, the biblical war between the dirtbag leftists and the woke skulls? How are we doing on that? What's the tally? Have we won? Have we won yet?
I mean, obviously, off the bat, we could initially say that the whole war thing there was perhaps a good way for certain people to perhaps, you know, do some social capitalizing off of that.
Oh, of course, absolutely. Are you kidding me? Of course. But I do believe it's not grifting though. I believe the things that I say.
Yeah, but as I said, the not so much grifting element. It's more like, you know, like at the end of the day, you know, but a big old war and fight thing definitely attracts a lot more people to watch your shit. You know, it doesn't have to be grifting. It's like sometimes being profitable isn't always grifting, I think, is the thing that I always say to people, right? Like, I mean, I use fucking real drama-seeking fucking titles and drama-seeking fucking like main topics as a way to like talk about shit. Does that make me a grifter? I don't think so personally, but you know, some people do. But as I said, like, so I don't necessarily think like there's. I think that the war thing was a big attempt to, you know, try to. You know, I mean, it draws a lot of attention to people. You know, they're like, people like to click stuff like, oh, all the woke souls are fucking idiots, or oh my god, all the fucking dirtbag left are fucking idiots, or some shit, right? Like, I mean, that draws people's attention because they want to see like what They want to see the drama. They want to see
of course.
the
Drama
aggression, the
seeking. I mean,
attacks.
that's how we make our money. I mean, that's literally our job. If we don't, I don't like this leftist moral puritanism when it comes to like the sacrosanct like transactional nature of what we do and how we have to be incredibly careful about the risks of making money. Fuck that. If we want the left to succeed, we need people to have funding. This is one of the reasons why the right consistently outperforms us in metrics. Ben Shapiro has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars advertising himself in the Daily Wire, on Facebook, on Twitter, and what have you. We don't have that kind of money ever. If someone, for example, if Steven Crowder was to die in a horrible autoerotic asphyxiation accident, it would be perhaps less than a month before somebody else came to take over the show, funded and backed by some shady fucking dark pack, or by some committee willing to front the money to help them get the new site in operation. We don't have that. We need that support. We need that money. I don't think there's any shame in that.
Yeah. No, I definitely like. I mean, we told us last time when we talked like 4 months. What was it? 4 months ago now. Some shit like a while ago.
Yeah.
Well before
over 4. I was back in my old apartment. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and before I even became a kind of YouTuber, I guess, of any kind.
You've been doing very well.
I've found a niche that works for me very well, which is, I said, is the drama thing of taking stuff that people like to get drawn into and then trying to make a topic about that. Which is, I mean, I've been dealing with Mauler fans right now. Fucking hell. This is the big thing I've had to deal with, right? Like, is like after dealing with a bunch of Nazis and a bunch of fucking Mauler fans and fucking like other like and Saigon fans and shit. At this point, I'm looking at like people that like other people like lefties that like people look and go, oh, I don't want to talk to them ever. Even people like fucking like even like liberals like Destiny or some shit, and being like, you know what? I think I can maybe talk to them. I don't like they're not that bad. Like, and I think that's maybe an element of why I think like why certain people on the left feel the way they do is that they do spend a lot of time in certain areas that don't mean they don't see the worst parts of the internet, or don't see like some of the most like more standard parts of the internet. So therefore they get this idea that like they get this idea that the worst thing on the internet is people like you or something, right?
Nothing reminds you how important coalition building is when you've been exposed to the worst elements of the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, it does help a lot. I'll be real with you. It does help a little bit to see that kind of shit and go, oh, you know what? Like, maybe I'll actually more comfortable.
Maybe that really is it. Maybe things just have to escalate a little more. Because when I see the Twitter or the YouTube rampages about how I'm some sexual assault, transphobe, whatever adjectives they throw at me, I can't help but wonder, does this person spend their entire life locked in these far left bubbles where they have no idea what's going on outside of it except for a vague, ill-defined threat? Would they still be acting this partisan if they spent, like, for example, a week on Pull and saw, like, how fucking deep the abyss goes? I have no idea. Can't force them to. I can't, Clockwork Orange open their eyes to the truth, of course. But I do hope that some of these people arrive at a sense of perspective sometime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I have, like I said, like I as far as I go, I'm generally willing to talk to almost any leftist, even ones that like other people don't like anymore. I put it into the kind of category of I'm willing to talk to them. But I would not force my choice onto other people, and I don't think that people should force their decision not to talk to that person onto me, kind of thing, right? Where it's like, I'm not going to force anybody to have to go and talk to leftists they don't want to, but I don't want anyone to force me not to talk to leftists that they don't like, kind of thing. Because if that happens, then I'm not going to like, I'll get cancelled from fucking talking to anybody, right? Like, I mean, I know tons of leftists who someone doesn't like out there somewhere.
Fuck them. That cancel culture shit is dying off pretty quickly, in my opinion. I think as soon as the ContraPoints drama coalesced and all the other big left tubers, Philosophy Tube, H. Bomber Guy, Lindsay Ellis, refused to condemn ContraPoints the way everyone was begging them to, I think that pretty clearly indicated the alignments involved here. Whatever tiny vestigial husk of the online left is still interested in condemning and impugning these people for whatever perceived offenses are going to grow increasingly irrelevant with time. And good riddance, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there is the thing that annoys me the most of cancel culture, and at this point, I know people out there like to say cancel culture doesn't exist, but you're a sociology major. I've got 2 years of sociology stuff behind me at this point. If it's a thing that people have done often enough, and it's a kind of cultural community that people thing that people engage in enough, it ends up becoming a real thing, regardless of whether we like it or not, right? Like, I mean, like this maybe it's not like cancel culture in the same way that we kind of view it. Like, no one's getting canceled, but people are definitely getting like bombarded and harassed and all that kind of shit, right? Like,
yeah,
it's still
of course.
happens.
I mean, people always say like,
Yeah.
"Oh, cancel culture." Well, ContraPoints is still on the internet, isn't she? I mean, you know, ignoring Twitter, of course. But no, obviously, the effort to deplatform is still deplatforming. But by a wide margin, the effort still means something. The effort can still drive people off, demoralize, demotivate, demonetize.
Yeah, like as I said, like I don't agree with people who are like, oh, it's not real, because I feel like that's always just trying to like, that's always turning into something where they're just trying to like dismiss like any of those kind of like issues that are like represented by what it is. It'd be like if you said like, oh, well, I mean, let's be real, like neo-Nazis aren't real because they're not. I mean, what's a new? They're not really new Nazis, are they? Like they're not Germans or some shit, right? Like I mean, no, like sure, but like they are representing ideas that we like align with that kind of party, right? So I mean, we should talk about them in that kind of way, right? It's like it's a real fucking stupid thing to me where people like try and pretend that like something, an idea that's been assigned to something isn't real when it's. I mean, that's how we make things real, is we assign a value to something. That's how it becomes real. Like I mean, it's the stupidest fucking shit. I hate some people. I swear to God. That riles me up more than anything else. Honestly, is that like that fake shit there. I'm
honored that time and experience has brought you to sympathize with at least a little bit of my frustration with the online left, even if you don't agree with me completely. It's
yeah. I mean, we have our disagreements.
Right, of course, but it's that particular aspect I think has been very frustrating. It hasn't been bothering me much lately, though. I don't know if this is because they've died down a little bit or because I have successfully ostracized all of the components of their culture from my own. But I don't think I've been really bothered by any of these groups for months. The only times I ever hear anything about it is when ThoughtSlime tweets something stupid. And even then, I'm never even going to get to talk to the guy, so it seems irrelevant to get worked up about it.
I have nothing to say about ThoughtSlime. I don't know. I don't talk to ThoughtSlime often enough to have a formed opinion on what they believe in. Honestly, I've talked to them a few times actually on like charity streams and shit, and they seem real nice and they seem real chill on those cases. And you know what? I don't know.
I feel worse for my fans, honestly. Apparently, they get saddled with harassment anytime they say they like me from like Jack Saint or ThoughtSlime fans or whatever. It doesn't seem to bother me very much, but if it bothers them, that's still something worth considering, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, fan bases are a hard thing to control. I've often found, and I think that I said that like the other day I said like you could do your best to control them, but ultimately speaking, you can't be completely complicit in what they do. I said like it's the debate, right? I mean, how much can you control your fan base? And there's a limitation. Like you can tell your fan base, hey, don't do this. Don't go and attack people. Don't go and harass people. Don't do any of this kind of stuff. But if they go ahead and do it anyway, at that point, what can you really do to stop them, right? I mean, there's
well, yeah, of course, very little. Yeah. I just want the left to win. That's it. It's so very simple, so humble a goal. I just want us to be functional and effective online. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, on the topic of the left winning here, because I've been working on a video about that as well. Because as soon as I post anything about saying how I've ran out of ideas, I suddenly get a bunch of ideas. The Brexit thing, obviously, the general election of the UK. I mean, what was your takeaway from that? Because I know you had a video on that, which I have not seen as of yet. But what was the general takeaway that you had about like, either do you think blue Labour's the way to go?
No, I don't think blue Labour's the way to go. A lot of people say this. People love to say this. If only you compromised on your values, you would be more effective. For what reason do we win elections but to implement our values? No. Compromise is never the solution. Never. Especially not in such partisan times. There were many reasons why Labour won. There were legitimate reasons. Corbyn had a tremendous amount of baggage surrounding him, most of which was illegitimate and media perpetuated, but it existed nonetheless, and that affects voters. The party's general unwillingness to commit to their Brexit policy was a serious issue, and there were large swaths of what I guess would be called blue dog Democrats in the United States, former Northerner Englanders who used to be with Labour but are feeling the heat now that manufacturing has left their country and they no longer feel as though Labour represents them. Many of these people are, of course, quite racist, being rural, such is life. I think what they could have done to win, agreeing with Brexit, just hard agreeing that Brexit was going to happen, and probably getting a little bit dirtier with their political engagement. Corbyn was too nice. I love Corbyn. I love the man. I really do. But he was too nice, too kind. Boris Johnson was a ripe target for brutal, vicious mockery. And that high road politics just doesn't really speak to angry people as well as it does to calm people. That Boris Johnson won is a severe condemnation of the average IQ of your typical Englander, and I'd be willing to bet that the majority of the people who voted for him did so purely because they are racist. But with all that aside, there's no sense in complaining about things we can't change, only amending those which we can.
I think I generally, like, with the video that I'm working on, I'm trying to do more of like a here's what, to people that don't know about it, it's like here's what's happened, and then like trying to like what can we take away from this going on, like going forward, right? Like what's the ideas here that we can take forward from this kind of thing. And I also link it back into I don't know, just like, you know, about like the Australian election from a year ago now, the one with the over in Aussie, if you know anything about that at all.
I remember not being happy with the results.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a good result. It was the Liberals got in, and if you've the Liberals are pretty fucking, basically they're like hard right conservative Christian corporate dick suckers, I guess would be the way to put it. They've literally released a bill. I've been telling everyone that I can find about this bill because nobody seems to be fucking noticing it. They literally released a bill recently, a religious discrimination bill, which puts religious discrimination above every other discrimination kind of thing. So you can go up to like a trans person in your workplace and tell them, hey, you should be, you shouldn't be a fucking trans, you should be a trans woman, you should be a man, God meant you to be a man kind of thing. And your religious rights to say that are over their rights to not be told that at a workplace.
Sounds like a country in desperate need of some radical Islamification to get these conservatives to reconsider their priorities.
I mean, it was literally fucking, I was like reading, it's like, this is fucking batshit. Like it was like saying like some examples where like managers can go to women in workplace and tell them that they shouldn't be working, they should be at home, with like they're keeping the house in order for their husbands and stuff, and women shouldn't work in workplaces. Like, and the fact that an employer can say it to an employee under this law is disgusting as shit. Like that's it basically overrides all workplace discrimination acts as well, effectively, workplace discrimination codes and stuff. Like it's an insane fucking bill, and I'm like so annoyed that people don't notice it like a lot. Like I mean, like we're talking about like people that's like the right, that's like meme about like Sharia law and all that kind of shit. But like here are like Christian conservatives putting in literal like Christian religious bills kind of thing into power kind of thing. And
things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. It's entirely possible that a few Anglo nations are going to succumb to legitimate fascist governments before we have our respective revolutions.
Yeah, but that's it. Like the big thing to take away from the Australian one was that the Australian one had the same kind of things that the Australian Labor had the same issues I saw over with the British Labour Party, where they weren't willing to engage, and I like to call it populist tactics against like standard liberal tactics, right? Where a lot of our left-leaning parties are kind of stuck in trying to do political campaigns as they were like 10 years ago, right? 15 years ago kind of thing, where you go in there, you present your policies, you'd act real nice, you'd argue on the points, and then whoever like, did that kind of thing the best, management. I was like, no, like if we've learned anything from fucking Steve Bannon and Trump and Boris Johnson and that kind of thing, it's that you need to find a fucking one marketable point that you can fucking go and just shove down the throats of everybody so they remember that shit when they get to the polls at the end of the day, right? And that's the thing, like you got to find that like one kind of thing. And the Liberals in Australia had Labour's taxes, right? They kept every fucking thing would just be Labour's taxes are going to fuck over the average Australian, was like basically their entire fucking platform. It was mostly fucking lies, but like it was a very clear and obvious message that stuck with people, right? Stuck in the lizard brain part of people.
Well, yeah, of course, and the left has never been as good as delivering those like hard one note like bumper sticker phrases, because we usually are actually interested in worsening problems is very, very easily, incredibly so. You can fit that down 4 or 5 words maybe. Fixing problems requires a hell of a lot of nuance. I don't really know.
But that's the thing. I was like looking at it, I was like saying like there is a clear and obvious example of somebody who is the left-leaning person who is utilizing this populist kind of tactics, this populist way of appealing to people. And at this point, I'm sure everyone fucking knows what I'm talking about. It's Bernie fucking Sanders. Bernie Sanders is competent at doing that, I've found so far. Like his ability to go onto a stage and constantly say, fuck the corporations is the problem, the corporations are screwing us over, the corporations are the ones who are fucking the economy, fucking the climate, right? Like he's very consistent on saying those kind of things over and over again, which sticks with people, right? I mean, that's a that's an easy target. It's an easy, elitist target. Populist kind of agenda,
with an unbiased media, Bernie Sanders would have unquestionably been the 2016 Democratic primary nominee, and probably would be for 2020 as well. Like without media bias, if everyone is presented like a level of media of attention proportional to how much prior voter support they had, he would unquestionably have been running in 2016.
Yeah. And this is because there is also, to a degree, I think there's a need to be understanding of that having the media against you is not necessarily like it is definitely, it can be a bad thing, but there are ways that you can swing that into your favor. I found another good example of that would be the way that Steve Bannon did it with the Trump campaign in 2016. Like he managed to swing, because I mean there was an undeniable from that period of time there was a consistent negative press against Trump. I mean it's hard to deny that was a thing that happened in 2016, but they managed to swing that into a case of the media is the enemy, right? The media is an enemy of Trump. They're the bad guys. They're the ones who are they're lying because they hate Trump and they were protecting their elitist the swamp kind of thing, right? Which Bernie, I think, can also do as well, right? Bernie is also doing that to a degree. He's saying the media is lying about me because the media is in the pockets of big business, right? Which is, I think, a good way of getting people going, because I think a lot of people in America don't trust the media right now.
Sometimes,
honestly,
I wonder if the only way that the left is going to be able to succeed long term in the face of all of this nationalist populism is by dog whistling racism in ways that appeal to public interest but don't actually mean much of anything. I wonder if that would be possible. Like, for example, the wall is a really good example. The wall is not being built and will never be built. It was a stupid idea from day one. And even if it was built, it wouldn't do much. But it was a huge fucking dog whistle. It wasn't even a dog whistle. It just got people on board. I wonder if there would be ways to appeal to outward bigoted groups, and in ways that don't meaningfully affect policy decisions. Or you could bail on them afterwards, but you would have plausible deniability for doing so. Something like that.
Yeah, I guess there would be there's how much have you read into the Steve Bannon / what the fuck was his name? The dude who ran the Brexit campaign.
Nigel Farage?
No, the actual person who was behind it. There was a campaign manager they got in basically who had there's a couple of really good documentaries and one semi-average film with Benedict Cumberbatch about it.
Dominic Cummings?
That was it, yeah. Dominic Cummings, basically. He was a regardless of what you say about him, as far as a master of utilizing these clear populist agenda sort of stuff, he was very, very talented at that kind of thing, right? He absolutely knew we need to come into this Brexit thing and we need to basically hammer home 2 or 3 points that might be fucking lies, but we need to hammer them home, right? That's the important fucking thing we need to do here. And he was he basically was super anti-EU, which is why he got dragged onto it kind of thing. It's a Leave kind of thing. And he's actually quite a fascinating individual. If you have a chance to watch any basically documentaries about him, his kind of stuff going into that kind of thing was pretty fascinating. But he has this kind of stuff where very, very clear messaging with the EU campaign as a way of targeting. It wasn't, he didn't focus on targeting. He was he did the whole thing of hey, there are people that are going to vote Remain, there are people who are going to vote Leave. Those people are abandon them, right? They'll fucking they'll vote Remain regardless of what we say, and they'll vote Leave regardless of how badly we fuck up, right? What we need to focus on here is this 20% people who are not normally targeted by the media, right? That we can get to through social media, that we can get to through the illegal methods that they use with the what they call the two social the social media algorithm people that they use. I can't remember what they're called now, but it was illegal as shit, but they utilized them as a way of trying to target these people with advertising and shit. Plus it was that's how I kind of view stuff the US election going in, right? There are going to be people that, regardless of what you fucking do, I think it's about 30% right now of people in the US are going to fucking vote Trump regardless of what they do. Don't try and appeal to those people. You're never going to convince them. You're never going to get them to change sides to Democrat, vote for Bernie, right? They're never going to do it.
I think I recently made a video to that effect. All right. I'm curious, and I'm completely changing the subject here. Very much away from this, because this the UK election stuff, highly doomer. Getting back to the sweet drama.
It's doomer as the US election.
No. That's probably going to be a little bit worse, at least for me. Just taking a step away from that. earlier, and I don't know how we didn't harp on this topic a little bit more. You talked about lefty politics in the Twitch space with all the podcasts and what have you. Yes.
Yeah.
Right, all the podcasts and get-togethers and group shows and such. Do you have any plans to get on the Raj Royale yourself, by the way?
I've talked about the fact that I would love to get on the Raj Royale. I've gone over a couple of the Raj Royales beforehand. I've gone over and reviewed a couple of them. And I've found that they're the people that go onto them normally, like the leftist people that go onto them, are normally in the most favorable possible way ever. And I won't use the R word because I don't use that word.
Mhm.
But I would call them absolute fucking idiots. Who have absolutely no capability to debate in the way that Raj Royale needs you to debate.
Would you like to name any specific names?
So the one person that I reviewed at the time, because I did once I do Raj Royale and I do a little list of hey, let's rank the people and how well they're doing kind of thing, right? And the one I did was the Destiny, Mindwaves, Richard Lewis, Mike from PA, and then all the fucking trash people, right? There's a whole bunch of people that are trash who just are on there to just meme and shit and don't do anything at all and don't contribute anything to any conversation.
What was your assessment from that?
I ended up basically coming out that the person who presented the best arguments and also presented the best positions was Richard Lewis. The ex-Breitbart writer was the person who presented the most well-founded positions. He presented the best argumentation. He didn't get bogged down into just shouting random garbage that meant nothing at all. He performed the best out of all of them. And then the next one down was, I think it was either Destiny or Mindwaves performed next best. And at the very bottom of all the political people was fucking Mike from PA, because Mike he was performing garbage. He wasn't I've actually watched a lot of the debates now at this point, and I personally I don't think he's very good at them. After seeing his way that he builds logically builds shit, it doesn't seem to add up very well.
Debate is a very, very difficult subject of study. I don't know if everyone is perhaps very cut out for it. I do every time I watch a Raj Royale. It's self-harm when I do it, really, because all I'm doing really is wishing that I was there. If I was on Twitch with my comparative size, getting on would be pretty easy. Because also I'm fairly argumentative, but I'm condemned. I'm forced to watch from a distance. I do hope that you're able to get on in the future. You conduct yourself pretty well in live discussions. I haven't debated you, but I think you do a decent job in that respect.
Well, the debates, as far as debates go, I don't recognize that. I've done academic debates before and stuff, which is the thing is and this is a big advice for a lot of people. Don't expect academic debates on places like Twitch or YouTube. It just doesn't happen. They're their own kind of debates. They're more of a Ben Shapiro debate, if anything, honestly. Don't
you think it's nice, though, that of all of the social media sites, it is Twitch that is the most, I think, unabashedly left-leaning in regards to whatever politics are done on its platform. The largest political representation that you'll see on those platforms is probably the Raj Royale or the Scuffed podcast. Those are the two sort of hubs of political discussion. And in both instances, I'm not trying to rep my boy out too hard here, usually the Raj Royale tends to lean pretty left. Raj himself is fairly left-leaning, in my opinion. And with the Scuffed podcast, which is run by Trainwreck, someone who is not by any means left-leaning, there's usually one or two people on there who sort of keep the discussion moderated. It's the only platform I've seen that hasn't degenerated into having full-on alt-right neo-Nazi circles or having any areas that have been dominated by traditional conservatism. The most political areas seem to be at worst pretty liberal.
They're definitely I put them honestly as far as the Raj Royale stuff, because I know that it's currently co-hosted by what the fuck's his name? Greek God, I think it is, whatever the fuck he's called.
Yeah, Greek God X fucking true. Yeah.
Yeah, I put both of them into I mean, from what I've seen on that show, which half the show is political stuff, which is left shit and whatnot, and left versus right kind of shit, and the other half is just cringy fucking the women on that show who buy very heavily into the Twitch thought image. I mean, it's basically them and then Greek God hitting on them kind of thing is half the rest of the show.
Absolutely.
Just falls me into fucking cringe category shit, because
dude,
I'm just what the fuck
God, fucking Greek God lost 8,000 pounds. He's just flexing his currently and very suddenly existent jawline. How dare you take that away from him?
You know, like, yeah, sure, but like, I mean, you know, like, what the? I just hate when like they brings like, honestly, like, I hate the representation that's on the Raj Royale for like predominantly women, right? I mean, as bad as like,
You mean
the
where
women on
12
there
people, where 12 people come on, and then a political topic comes up, and the 4 dudes yell about it, and 8 women are just sitting there looking pretty?
Yeah. I feel like that pisses me off because like I feel like if anything that pushes this like this idea that like, you know, all the fucking women on Twitch are just fucking like, you know, booby streamer kind of shit. Like, I mean, like, which I know not to be true. I know tons of fucking, you know, women on fucking Twitch who are very, very talented, very fucking like smart individuals who like absolutely can hold themselves in fucking arguments, but they just don't ever get invited on there. Like,
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, but you know, it's an eye candy kind of thing, and I don't know if it's Raj is like actively sexist and how he biases his choices. I'm inclined to believe that's not actually the case. My guess would be that some of the more engaged women on the platform are hesitant to go on the Raj Royale because they're afraid that breaking the mold of like just the pretty booby streamer on that place will earn them a lot of ire and attention from some of the more pernicious elements of the Twitch community that come to watch those streams, you know?
Sure, but I don't know. As I explained when I was doing my fucking review of the Raj Royale, I said like people saying like, oh, I'm pretty sure like, you know, these people's like these people's streams are they're just like it's just a fucking, you know, it's just an act. They're putting on an act. Like, I don't give a shit if it's just an act, but it's an act they do consistently across the board. Then that might as well be who they are online, right? Like, I hate this fucking argument. Like, if it's just an act, it's fine, right? But it's like, no, like, I mean, if it's an act, it's like that's how they present to most people. That's how they're presenting themselves as like who they are to people, right? Like, I don't give a fucking shit like what their intentions are. I don't give a fucking crap about that kind of shit. I just look at like I can see what I see, and that's all I can see.
You believe Twitch is sexist too, correct? You wait. Actually, I should clarify. Do you think that Twitch is not just sexist, but Squad W? That the Twitch admins are all simping for like booby pussy. So so
I definitely see that
be biased in the dissemination of their bans and stuff.
I definitely have seen to a degree that there are issues with like with sexism on Twitch, where I feel like the sexism on Twitch falls into like a very very like you know, very classic like conservative version of like sexism kind of thing, where it's like, oh, like the women who are you know, very conventionally attractive and do a lot of booby streamer stuff get away with a lot of stuff, whereas like
Squad, that's what I'm fucking saying. These fucking
and those are the people that get pushed the most.
100%. It's a trade-off though, because they may get slightly preferential treatment, some of the larger attractive female streamers, but on the other hand, the community fucking despises them for it. So it's definitely a trade-off. I feel like if given the choice, they would actually prefer the alternative, that they got held to the same or even harsher standards, but the community didn't treat them like they were skating by on like on their like holes.
Yeah, it's like it is kind of a shitty thing, and I mean they're you know, I mean like it's one of those things where I don't think it's very good because off the bat it is as a thing like people like kind of, you know, like if people figure out like that kind of sexism and go, oh well, this is clearly like you know, this is favoring women and whatnot, like it's clearly like it's like favorite, but like no, like if sexism that normally favors people can actually end up being sexism that is bad for those groups of people, right? Because I mean, like sexism that favors booby streamers and whatnot is inherently bad for most women across the platform because it inadvertently affects other women streamers on the platform.
100%. It's paternalistic sexism. Yeah, it's still 100% of an issue. It's just something that it's something people don't like to regard as such because it forces them to be critical about the reasons why they're being treated preferentially.
Yeah, in the same way that, you know, paternalistic sexism with regards to like men and shit is also bad for a lot of men because it forces them to be stuck into a certain categorization of how they should act and whatnot, and which is negative for anybody who wants to break out of that kind of, you know, very strict regimentation.
I have a question for you coming from a dono if you feel like answering it.
Yeah, I'm always down for any questions.
Question for Gushin. Oh, Somnio Static with the $5. Thank you. Question for Gushin. Why do you think so much of the left is so dishonestly critical of Vosh? That's a pretty loaded question. We'll see how she handles it.
So like I said, the issue that I have there is this is the same thing that I have with people when I get dragged on for like for a lot of like when I get dragged onto like right-wing shows to argue about stuff. Is again, I can't speak for anyone. The majority of people on the left, I can only speak for my own attitudes towards people. I can't defend anybody else's positions or attitudes. I personally think that a lot of people don't like Vosh because of the history that Vosh has. I mean, that's it. Like, let's be real here. Vosh does have a fucking what's it called? Speckled history? What the fuck do you call that? What's the word there? There's a terminology, I forgot what it is.
Mixed, marbled.
Yeah, mixed. It's not cool. Let's be honest. It's not completely clean. There's some shit in there, but at the end of the day, I mean, I think that some people do get in this mindset where they don't allow people to showcase change, right? Or they don't allow certain people to showcase change. I mean, the stuff that Vosh has done in the past, I generally put into this kind of perspective of I don't necessarily like some of that stuff, but as far as I can see, Vosh hasn't repeated some of the worst things recently, so therefore I don't necessarily have those kind of same complaints, right? I mean, people can change, and we need to allow people to be able to change, right? Obviously, who knows? I mean, maybe Vosh is fucking, I don't know, sexually harassing someone else right now. I don't know. But if they are, that's not good. Stop it.
You can't see what my legs are doing. I could have an entire other keyboard down there.
Damn it. That's true. Fuck. I've been played like a fiddle. But I don't know, like there's the stuff that like I said, like there's people get stuck. I think people get stuck in the mindset of like they don't like what someone has done in the past, and they will like never end up giving that person a break ever again. I mean, this happens with almost every lefty. It's happened with fucking I mean, another person that I talk to quite frequently, Peter Coffin, isn't normally consistent in a lot of shit. And I normally get called out for being a Peter Coffin stan or like a an apologist or some shit, which I disagree with massively. I mean,
Peterphile.
Yeah, but like I said, like I've talked to Peter about this in private in the past, and we've discussed this, and I've been over the fact that like I disagree with what he was doing there, and I was like I wanted to make it very clear that I was not supportive of that kind of thing, and like I said, like it's a thing that I put work into, kind of thing, and I do a lot of effort into trying to be like I. So yeah, I think people lie, like the lie about Vosh thing. I think that for a large amount of people, it's not necessarily them lying as much as it is them having a opinion about Vosh that is rooted in a older bias. So therefore, they're more biased towards Vosh. They're more biased towards negatively viewing Vosh.
So you're saying it's 2019, we got to bring these bitches into the future? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Well, I'm saying, like, I mean, at the end of the day, if someone showcases that they're not acting in the exact same manner that we disagree with in the past, and they're showcasing through consistently improving their performance, that they're trying to change from that image that they were in the past, then that's a good thing, right? We should be supportive of that. We should be trying to say, okay, that's great that you're doing that, and I really appreciate that you are recognizing recognizing that kind of stuff and trying to move on from that. Which I think is real good.
I'm transphobic in secret now. I'm keeping it under wraps. Yeah. I'm gonna have to end stream soon, on account to make way for my girlfriend's stream. And prior to that, I need to yell at chat. Just gotta get some of those juices out. Do you want to hit on one last point before you head?
Okay. So, calling Sargon the R word.
No. Listen. I am philosophy of language. I don't believe any words are intrinsically good or bad, only in their consequences. Whether or not you believe calling Sargon retarded is a harmful act or not, I don't know. I can't particularly imagine it did much harm amidst his fan base, since they drown in that word. Not entirely sure what people thought of it amidst mine. A surprising number of people were upset by it, though. I don't know if they thought there was some dignity to that debate that I was quelling by calling him retarded.
Sure. So the issue here is not. The issue here isn't the idea of dignity in the debate, I think. The issue that I have here is generally the how is that word utilized in a general sense, and is that word utilized in a way that we consider as not a positive usage, right? I mean, in a day, like, do we, like I said, like, if would you like I said, like, I generally put, as far as like the R word goes, I would normally put that into a similar category as my own mind as far as like the M word goes, where I don't think it's been rehabilitated as a word from like what it was in what it's predominantly been used for, which is as a way of mocking someone with a disability. I don't think the R word is far enough removed from that. Maybe in 100 years in the future, who knows what it'll be like, right? Maybe who knows what the M word will be like. But like right now, I think it's too closely linked to that image. If that makes sense.
Do you think it's really up there with the N word? I can't imagine.
I put it in as far as like something that is as far as like not in like the contextual as like I guess like I don't know, I don't do hierarchies of words kind of thing. Normally I don't really bother with that kind of stuff. I normally go more like, has it been consistently used as a way of mocking those people in recent times, right? Like, it has the R word being consistently used as a way of mocking people who have disabilities or learning disabilities or mental disabilities, right? In recent times, and the answer is yes. But the way the N word is used to mock Black people in recent times, right? So I think that it's not a word that's so removed from its original meaning, right?
Well, the main distinction that I call, I'm not asserting that it's been removed from its original meaning. The main assertion I make is that unlike, say, racial slurs, there is some legitimate pernicious value to accusing somebody of being unintelligent. We do it. You've done it. You, in this conversation, have made fun of people for being unintelligent, or at least lacking in ability. This is something we all do. So while I consider saying, I'll say now, the R slur, while it is undeniably not removed from the origins, which made it derogatory towards the disabled, I would argue that it's hitting upon the same fundamental assertions that one would make if you were to call somebody stupid, which we almost all of us do. Whereas calling someone, say, for example, the N-word or any other racial slur or something like that, there's no equivalent, perhaps watered-down iterant of that insult that we could turn to. It's always wrong to make fun of somebody for their race, whereas we've agreed collectively as society, making some fun of somebody for their ability is something you can do in certain instances. It's just the language you choose to use it. But really, I don't care about any of that. My actual, my true, real defense is that he is developmentally disabled, so it's okay that I say it. It's medically accurate.
I mean, you medically accurate. I mean, like I said, I guess if we want to categorization there, would you call someone, would you to their face call someone who has mental disabilities a R word? I guess I probably wouldn't, because I guess it is in this falls into personal categorizations. I'm not going to cancel you over the usage of that word. It's this is a criticism. And I'm sure your chat's fucking just happy right now, but they do what they do. But there's
at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much to me, honestly. I mean, I said it because it was fun to say it. There's no broad ideological goal behind that. And if it's bad optics for me to say it and it hurts my perception, I'll stop saying it, because that's old. I'm not going to consistency myself into a wall here. I do think that people are a little weird when it comes to ableism. Sometimes there are some ways in which we're all totally okay with ableism, but then some particular words suddenly become an issue, whereas we're ubiquitously not okay with making fun of people based on their race, for example. But whatever the case may be, if people are going to get real upset about it, I'm sure I can think of more creative insults the next time I'm face to face with somebody of that.
But that's it. Yeah, because the only on the optics argue, just because that is one I get into recently, is that if I was conceding on that kind of point goes, I then have people that push me on trying to stop me from saying words like idiot or fuckwit or fucking stupid or whatnot, right? Removing idiot or stupid, because if we go back to the fucking early 1900s or 1800s, those words were used to describe people of lower mental capability, and therefore they're a bad thing. At this point, those as far as under my own categorization of how far removed are they from the original words, those ones for me are far removed enough from that original usage from the 1800s, early 1900s, that I don't necessarily think of them as being intrinsically linked as a way of mocking those people, so much as intrinsically linked to mocking people with mental disabilities and whatnot, right?
I mean, they can take idiot from my cold dead hands, but yeah, it's okay. I mean, I think a lot of people overstate the harm done by this super over performatively, like people looking for an excuse to get upset over things. But whether I'm not capable of objectively assessing whether or not somebody's feelings are hurt legitimately, or whether they're only doing so because they feel as though they should have their feelings hurt given the circumstances. So yeah, it's just a matter of adjusting one's language.
Yeah, the language is a hard conversation, because for a lot of people it does end up getting very personal, and does end up getting very at the end of the day, people don't like it when you take words away from them, because it's something that they enjoy doing, or something that they are used to doing. So I understand that it's one of those things where I don't normally cancel people over language. I don't normally do any that kind of stuff. I don't really care as far as that goes. I much care more about your politics than your language. But the language is, I think, an important thing when it comes to how people view you and shit, right? At the end of the day. And I think I wouldn't pick the R word as a hill to die on. I think it's the thing I'd put it as, right?
Brainlet and smooth brain are funner to say anyway.
Replacement words.
Yeah, I've seen some stupid opinions in my chat. I've got to yell at them. Do you want to shout yourself out before I head?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So if you like what I've been saying, then go and check out my YouTube channel at Gushin. If you hate what I've been saying, go to my Twitch channel at Gushin Gang, and I can argue with you yourself, you fucking idiots. And we can go over why you're a moron and why you should shut the fuck up. Yeah, we can talk about that on my Twitch, which is why I do all my aggressively arguing with people for fun. But no, seriously, if you're a lefty, you know, I'm sure we can have a good conversation. And we can have a, you know, like with Vosh thing, we can have a chill talk for an hour or so and then argue for half an hour.
Then you
know?
can go back to slandering me on Twitter. I see you.
Oh, have I ever slandered you on Twitter? Has that ever happened?
You come close a few times.
Let me just go to my Twitter right now. Vosh sucks dick hard.
It's not, I mean, not false.
All right, there we go.
She does good content, comrades.
Tweet it.
Go check her stuff out.
But yeah. Thank you for having a chat with me. It's always, I said, like, I don't know, people always fit like an argument, but I don't know, it's not really kind of never been what we've done. I mean, we didn't argue last time I came on. I don't imagine we'll ever get into a serious argument. I can't see it happening. Our politics are far too similar, I think, for that to happen.
I can't imagine. Until the biblical war between the woke scold and the the dirtbag. No. I'm pretty sure that's pretty much done with. If that comes up again, it's going to be over some. Well, Contra has to make a new video eventually, right? Okay, it's going.
Oh
to
yeah, I'm sure that's. I really, really hope that the video is not going to be like a fucking turf apologist video. I really fucking. I pray to God every day.
It's not going to be turf.
It won't be. But like, there's a bit of me that's worried, right? There's like a low tier worry, like a real low tier worry.
I'm extremely confident we're all going to be okay. But I'm sure someone will interpret it as one. Anyway, have yourself a good one, okay?
Yeah, you too. Have a good time arguing your chat. I hope it's as fun as you expect. Anyway, I'll catch you, man.
Catch you. It's going to be read as a turf video no matter what she does. All right. Farewell, Gushin. Gushian. That's how I like to say it. All right, folks. You know what? It's been a while since. Why don't we just fucking chat? How about we just have a goddamn conversation? Is that so wrong? You promise to yell at us? That can be a prelude to yelling at you. But first, try Anon with the $5. Hot take leftist woke scolding. I don't think she typically does that. I'm pretty A-okay chill with her. Wolfcar with a tier 4 subscription. Thank you. Thank you very much, comrade. Have you talked about how you personally came to be a leftist, like the actual process? If you can, sorry, but if not, I'd like to hear you talk about it. Yeah, it's pretty simple and easy, actually. When I was in high school, I didn't really have much of a strong political affiliation, and I had a really good AP comparative government teacher who got me into the idea of maybe like getting into the social sciences as a career. Hinojosa, he was at Beverly Hills High School. And anyway, I went into college and I started with political science, but I found it a little bit too amoral for my taste. A little bit too much descriptive, a little bit too little prescriptive. And after moving to sociology to get some more prescriptive statements, it was pretty much an inevitable matter of time that I be made leftist. It's incredibly, incredibly difficult to be a sociology major and to not be left-leaning. Sake Tanuki with the $2. I've always used retarded only as an adjective to describe people who should be smart enough to not do dumb things doing dumb things. But I prefer degenerate, dumbfuck, brainlet, derp more. Careful. Degenerate's apparently a transphobic slur. You gotta be careful about that. God should give Obama malignant cancer. He should, but not for the reasons that guy thinks. And try Anon with the $5. Not about Goosh and Vosh. API ate my message. Can I put it in chat instead? Yeah, try Anon, of course. Throw that shit in chat. Posadus John with the $1. Ask Gushin what they think of personal ownership of nuclear arms. I'll be sure to get around to that next time. My apologies. Oh wait, try Anon. I see the whole thing here. Try Anon with $5. Hot take, leftist woke scolding and gatekeeping of people who aren't nice enough and don't exclude people who haven't learned to be nice enough looks a lot like civility politics, just progressive. True! That is true, comrade. Fucking woke civility politics. Get that shit out of me. Get that shit out of here. Cringe. And Saki Tanuki with the $5. I also donated for that segment to be called B-Suit Andy, but every time he says a Nazi thing, it gets 5% dumber. If only he said more Nazi things during that segment, Saki Tanuki. I hate all this crypto bullshit. What do I think about immigration in Europe? I don't know. It's happening. Like, that's super broad. Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's not, I guess. I don't know. Big Lundy with the 420. Thank you. Vosh, would you mind checking this over? You might have unintentionally added in an unfair pile on Twitter. Uh-oh. Something went wrong? The Twitter you just linked to me has me blocked. Queen Mab 87. Hold on. Uh-oh. Here, let's see. Oh. They're mad at me. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no. This is my other Twitter. So a bunch of people are like, quote, retweeting me? This is one of the reasons I'll never believe the so-called dirtbag left is honest in their concern for not being such gatekeepers about language. This is a lie of omission, and it's 2 years old, and on comes the harassment again. And I posted this. Dude, don't speak for black people, and again, Bernie's record's completely insignificant. I'm black, so you know. Sorry your syntax not plead and try otherwise. I didn't realize that posting a screenshot of a tweet from over 2 years ago that has the ats blocked would constitute harassment. Holy shit, that's racist. Well, apparently this is out of context. Apparently the real context is, apparently it's like a 2-year-long harassment. I see. I've seen apparently this is deceptively cropped. Every once in a while, the Bernie bro left likes to drag out an old screenshot to accuse my friend of being racist. Why the fuck did she block me? It wasn't like I was adding her. I don't know who the fuck this person is. With her blocking me, it makes it impossible for me to hear directly from her that this is all misrepresentative. Stupid. Was that a sensitivity thing or pride? Well, whatever. If it's causing harassment, I don't want to keep that stuff up. I'm gonna fix that right now. Ah, but then again, I gained followers from it. Nah. Oh my god, what the fuck? 11,000? Jesus Christ, 11,000 likes? Hello?
Can I get a 10-minute heads up?
Yeah?
You didn't reply to my text. I need to know.
Okay. Wait, is your internet even good enough for you to be able to stream?
I'm gonna try.
Alright, I believe in you.
Okay, so 10 minutes, alright?
Yeah, sure. Good lord. Okay, what's the best damage control here? Do we leave... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay. Say nothing? Why would I say nothing? You people are so spiteful. There we go. Nailing it. Perfect. Nailed it. And we're deleting it. Wait, is there a problem with deleting it? What is the problem with deleting it? Pin reply? Oh yeah, that's probably a good idea, right? There, now I delete. Got it live, boys. Fuck you guys. Alright, weren't we looking at donations? That seems like the sort of thing that I would typically do at this point in the stream. Wolfgar with the $5. I want to laugh. Vosh, go to 10fastfingers.com and do a 1-minute test. Maybe. Maybe I will. And Wolfgar with the additional $5. Got something for chat and viewers to try. Very successful for me. Describe leftist ideas and policy to a conservative or right-leaning friend, but don't use terminology. Watch them agree with most of it. Depends on how far right they are. Some far right people just fucking hate black people. They'll interrupt you after every policy position. You'll be like, I want to increase the living standards of the working class. And they'll say, okay, but working class whites, right? We're talking about white people and not black people. You gotta, some people, they won't let you be slippery with it. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Thank you. Can we reclaim it? It's usually uttered by the very people it describes. Maybe, but I don't want to be that's not my process to determine. If people get upset with language usage that I use and I want to be efficacious, then I'll stop using the language. Nah. Bionic Meatloaf for the $5. Playing D&D in a bit. Any advice on how to play a lawful evil character without being lawful stupid of edgy McStand at the corner and mope face? Yeah, lawful evil doesn't mean that you have to go around and just fucking murder everyone that you encounter. It doesn't mean that you have to like damage the world around you. It can just mean that you're very personally selfish. You're very self-absorbed, like on a personal level. It can mean that your intentions, even if you keep them private, are incredibly damaging to others. There are a ton of ways that you can get about that doing that well. Just don't think you have to be over-performative and you should be good. And Joaquin with the $5. Secular Talk's response to the New York Times smear on Cenk was great practice. I'll check it out sometime. I've never watched a Secular Talk video. I'm just, you know, I'm very alternative, very hipster. I don't really like doing that kind of stuff. All right, are we really doing this? Okay. Oh, boy. Okay. You'd still say saying retarded is better than saying autistic? Gushian, I don't think there's been much shit talking, believe it or not. Okay. This is going to be really bad, and I want you all to know that I type with my 2 index fingers, and I have to look up at the computer to make sure I'm doing it right. Okay? Sometimes important head there some large theme start but else watch your still left time study car if below make girl being large think mile very white children even with head country together of bright blood America my such state forever where us. You know what? 55 words per minute with 2 fingers is fine. Fuck you guys. Yeah, no, yeah, okay. Yeah, not bad for 2 fingers. Thank you. Thank you, Wolfgar. Would you consider looking at Black Pigeon Speak's rebuttal of Sean's bell curve video? I took a look at it, dude. It's nothing. Dude, all these fucking big brain scientist, race realist YouTubers are scrambling. They're sweating their asses off, desperately trying to find some way to impugn Sean's video. I need time to prepare for that, Radical Reviewer. Is 55 good? Yes, I think 55 might actually be a world record. 55 words per minute. Damn. That's a word per second almost. I got 75. I did, you know what, with these two, I think I do pretty all right. And Balthazar with the $5. Secular talk is highly overrated. Kyle will usually do surface level analysis, not go any deeper. He tends to play right into the angry millennial performative exaggeration persona, and the DS to double down on bad takes instead of analyzing. Interesting. Okay, here's a question, chat. Do you guys think that I tend to dive only into the surface level issues of things, or do you think I generally try to do a little bit more of a deep, like speculative, like analysis of a subject? I feel like, given the fact that I don't do research before each stream, I feel like I do a decent job going in. Yeah, analysis is where I'm at my strongest. Because I never prepare for a stream. I never research the subject beforehand. Whatever happened to the hype stream, it's coming. I do really deep stuff for the most part. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do I actually type with 2 fingers? Yes. When you did the debunks back in the day, those were really deep. Somniostatic, I think I still do those, but I want to go back to doing more of them. I could have done a much deeper video about spirit science. No, I couldn't have. What can I say about spirit science? Are you kidding me? Have you seen those videos? What in the fucking world would I be capable of saying about spirit? Those videos are like contact transmitted DMT. Like I was just sitting there like taking them in, you know? Hey, chat's being nice to me. I often worry that I'm only being superficial, but that's very kind. I appreciate it. I said read shirts before streaming. I don't want to. The goal that I try to hit on here is that you can make good arguments even with no preparation. That conservative arguments are so bad that you don't even need to research the subject before dunking on them. That attack on Kyle is some bullshit? I don't know, dude. I'm just reading donos out loud. DJ Zerative with $5. Why are other past insults to intelligence okay to use since the R word became a slur? Morons have IQs between 50 and 70. Imbeciles have between 25 and 50, and those below 25 are idiots. Wouldn't being below 25 IQ mean you're like too stupid to breathe or something? Maybe. I have no fucking idea. It's because of how the words are functionally used these days. Like, for example, we use idiot and stupid and moron pretty frivolously, but if you're a not particularly politically correct person and there's like a kid with Down syndrome, you might be inclined to say like, yeah, that kid's like, they're like a retard, right? Or like retarded or something. You can kind of imagine like a Midwest dad saying that if they don't know how to say it proper, you know? Because of that, it's more intimately connected with the politics of impugning those who are mentally disabled or have some sort of mental condition. I understand Gushian's arguments. I just think a lot of people need to be more introspective with the broader consequences and implications of the language that they use. That's just my opinion. Read some stuff on here if you want to get more educated on a variety of left-leaning subjects. Are you implying I don't already know everything? State-funded socialist document. Oh, nice. More research documents that I can rip for my own. Oh, damn. This is actually really big. Who made this? I'll give this a look. Wolfgar with the $5. Thank you. Got you beat. Just did this with my dick. The only finger that matters. Yeah, you got a clean 110 just like you said you would. Top 3%? 110 is top 3%? Doesn't Destiny get like 150? Damn, well, I mean, good shot. Wait, would that mean Destiny is in like the top 0.1% or something? I have no fucking idea. I'm sorry, I can't type. Fuck you. David I made the research doc. Oh, nice. Fuck yeah. Morris the Average with the $8. Thank you, that's very kind of you. Your typing hurt me on a spiritual and typographical level. This should be enough for you to buy the 8 extra fingers you need to properly operate a keyboard. Hey! Think of it this way. With 2 fingers, I can get 55 words per minute. That means if I were to ever unleash my full power level, it would be 275 words per minute, okay? Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me or I'll come back at you. Wait, do more on an idiot come from IQ ranges? Yes, they do, but that's a long time ago. Are you playing Dark Souls 2 tonight? No, I'm not. I'm afraid not. Do you seriously only type with 2 fingers? Yes! False math? No, that's true math. Rioma with the $10. Thank you very much, comrade. Happy holidays. What's the best soup or broth on a cold day? I like potato soup. I like potato and bacon soup. That's my favorite. Historica Hungarica with the $2. 120 words per minute typing or no 50k subs? Fuck. I don't know if I can hold that up. Jeff Holiday with the $2. Hey man, press F for my Twitter. Also, I did this. Wait, Jeff.
Hello everyone, this is Jim Loop. I'm here from Jimcast. I'm here to very loudly and obnoxiously recite a standard article and then give you my hot take political opinion and upload it with no editing whatsoever to monetize on YouTube.
For one, happy Christmas. Is that Tim Pool? No, that's not Tim Pool. Wait. Jeff, what happened to your Twitter? You seriously type with only 2 fingers? Wait! Is this really that astonishing to you guys? Why is he wearing Tim Pool? Because it's the Gymcast. Because it's the Gymcast. Wait, what the fuck? Also, you do a good impression. Also, you do a good impression, Jeff. Jeff. Jeff, no. My messages. Jeff Holiday, Jeff Holiday, Jeff Holiday. Jeff, no. Jeff, what happened? Give us the rundown on Jeff? Jeff Holiday? He's a content creator. He's done a lot of shit, probably a lot of which I'm not even aware of. I just don't understand how you did mythic rating if you type like that. I type like that. I don't play like that. What the fuck? Alright. Okay. Are you people done hurting my fucking feelings? Are we good on that? Hold on. Vosh did mythic raiding? Dude, I was a fucking raid lead and top healer. I was one of the top ranked shaman in my server. Resto shaman. Why'd you quit WoW? I don't have the time anymore. I have like no free time anymore. I can't raid. And the only reason I have fun with WoW is because of raiding. But raiding requires, I mean, if you want to like really mythic raid, you need to be putting at least like 15 to 20 hours a week into World of Warcraft. And if you're top level mythic raiding, which is where you need to have alts that you can cycle in and out to gear up characters faster, then you can't even do that. You need to have multiple characters prepared to raid with. Would I ever play classic WoW for a gaming stream? No, I can't get back into it. Where the fuck did the serfs go? Where did the serfs go? Wolfgar I would, but I think I'd end up getting canceled if it went on long enough. Addy with the $10. Thank you. How nicely do I have to ask you to do a Medicare vid, or are you worried your audience wouldn't like seeing the language he uses? My main concern with doing a Medicare video is that I wouldn't have anything to say beyond the fact that he's just a giggly little sociopathic Nazi cunt. Like, what else is there to... What else is there for me to really say? That's what all of his content is. you can make fun of him. I could make fun of him, but... to what end? Like, his... Oh, he got yeeted by alt-righters or anti-vaxxers? Ah, shit, Jeff. Jeff, is it permagon, or is it a temporary... Is it I'm looking at YouTube chat now. Jeff, is it permagon, or is it going to come back? I don't remember how Mr. Medicare sounds like. Does he sound like Black Pigeon Speaks? I think he just sounds like normal, or whatever. I don't know. Balthazar with the $2, where the fuck did my donos go? You mean the earlier donation messages? I've been responding to your... Oh, Balthazar with the $5. You can't do deep dives into spirit science. It's a bird bath, not a diving pool. True! Balthazar, I think there's something about your credit card info, you specifically, that that just actively fucking just tanks it in the algorithm, dudes. Hey, Counterpoints. Oh shit, guys, Counterpoints is there in the YouTubes. Hey, I didn't check my email yesterday. I'll get to it soon, I promise. God. Gaming stream tonight. I have some questions related to porn. Probably not tonight, comrade. And Aurora with the $1. Thank you very much. I appreciate the donation. Contra is here. Contra is not here. Counterpoints is here. Wait, real Counterpoints? Yes, I believe so. The ESPers are the $2. Ispers, not ESPers. Ah, Espers. Thank you for clarifying, comrade. Much appreciated. Anyway, yeah, I just wouldn't know what to say with Medicare. I usually try to think of something prescient or important, or if not important, then at the very least interesting to say about the people that I do videos on. I try to derive something from it. But Mr. Medicare's videos are just a way of satirically expressing the seething hatred that he has. Like, that's it. He's too cowardly to actually own up to his points. Does Vosh believe human perceived objectivity exists? Because that's the thing, I guess. I don't know what you mean by that, Gushin. I just don't know how much I can really get from that. Isn't Mr. Medicare Will Medicare from Chapo? No, Mr. Medicare is not from Chapo Trap House. Watched your video with Destiny Excuse Me. It was hilarious. It really wasn't. It was a terrible fucking video. It was such a frustrating discussion, dude. Every time you hear Medicare, I get confused and think of Menacre. Yeah, I don't know about that. I wouldn't go about confusing those two in any other social circle either, because they have very different political spaces. When are you going to showcase your StarCraft skills? I've actually been thinking it might be fun. It might actually be fun to do the StarCraft 1 remastered campaign. It might be fun to do the StarCraft 1 remastered campaign on stream sometime. I think that would be a lot of fun. I don't know how many people would buy for that, though. What arc is next for your channel? Maybe a libertarian arc? We'll see how we go. Maybe I can't... You can't really define the arcs yourself, you know. The arcs come as they come. And Balthazar with the $2. Tulsi, Jocko, Rogan. When Balthazar, you already asked that. God damn it. Wait, is it ContraPoints or counterarguments? It's not. I never said ContraPoints. If ContraPoints was in YouTube chat, I would make a bigger fuss about it. All right, folks. I love you all. I love you all tremendously. I have a delightful gift from you here at the end of this stream. Rather than watch me, a stupid idiot, you should watch my fucking girlfriend, who's also a stupid idiot but has larger breasts than me. So, I'm gonna depart from this stream. Slurs, Vosh? What am I slurring? I love you all very much. You're beautiful. Video games tomorrow, I promise. Okay? Can you please post that socialism research doc? Which one? Maybe Hogan. Possibly. All right, lot of folks. You know what? Take all of your questions and send them over to Vermin. That is, if you hit !Vermin, you can get it right there. Vermin.gg. It's that simple, folks. Vermin.gg. Isn't that fucking crazy? Look at this. Wow. Damn. Do I have it muted? I do have it muted. Check it out. She's got a new camera. It's my old camera. Look at that. Look, she's got a little chat down here too. Look at how cute it is. She's wearing her fancy Japan shirt with a big print. What room of your house is that? That is the bedroom. Go on over there, guys. Vermin.gg. I'm going to end up hosting on the site anyway. Hey, I love you all. Peace.